Hello everyone, this is day 77 of building a house every day for 100 days. Before we get into it, I just want to quickly thank everyone for all the support recently. We're about to hit 3,000 subscribers, which is absolutely insane. I really appreciate the support. This house is dedicated to my newest patron, Neon. I really appreciate the support. Just $3, you can get a house dedicated to you, and like all the world download for this house and all the schematics and everything. So yeah, I really appreciate it. Let's go into the house here though. I was live streaming this, which, you catch if you subscribe, get the notification and everything. I was streaming this, ask chat for some ideas. A lot of pretty bad ideas, to be honest, but a couple decent ones. And like one that kept popping up was like a mining kind of house. So I figured I'd get started with this kind of like cliffside. I don't know if this is like ground level, maybe this is like a cave, or if this is like the side of a cliff. I'm not really sure. Either way, kind of get the like gradient kind of formed on the left there. Start filling it in, layer of tuff on the bottom, some cobblestone into cracked stone bricks and stone bricks, and then just stone and andesite. Just, dark to light. Really like the way it looks. Kind of commit to like doing the gradient around the sides, which I know doesn't really matter, but I wanted to do it. I like the way it looks, so carry the gradient on over here. As I do this, link to the Discord down below. A lot of people talking in there about, Minecraft, building and stuff, getting build tips, that kind of thing. So, yeah, if you want to join that, link down below. Back to the builder, though. Finish with the gradient. Get some, like, cobblestone and with the dirt. I just kind of like the way it kind of blends it, but also kind of just looks like stones, maybe holding the dirt up. Bring the gradient kind of down into the floor a little bit. Get this, like, mining shack kind of thing, like a mine shaft entrance. I guess is kind of the idea here. Put some rooted dirt up, just kind of finish the cliff off. Make this kind of go down a bit more, just some like terrain variation. Get a like mine entrance. I just kind of get turns, you can't see it, but it just kind of ends down there. Just to give the illusion that like there's actually like mining happening here. Like a pile of gold ore. A lot of terrain work before even starting the house in this one. But, I like the way it came out. I think it all kind of adds to it. Like a pretty cool way. Get like gold pressure plates. I don't know if that's heavily weighted, I forget. But, I think those are light weighted ones. Just kind of looks like more gold. Finally get started on the actual house here. Figure out what I'm doing with the frame. I know I want this like tower on the right, but other than that, I don't really have any ideas specifically. At first, I kind of like think that it's going to be like this like large like L shape, kind of like filling this cliffside up. But I kind of don't really like that. I wasn't sure how it really exactly make it look good, so I shrink it in a minute here. Getting the foundation layer in though. Yeah, I kind of shrink it to give me room for like a porch and stuff over there on the left. Finish off the frame, trapdoors and stairs, kind of just help round it out a bit, make it look a bit more natural looking. I like the way it looks. Kind of makes it look more structural too, in my opinion. Make this like right section with the tower a bit higher, a bit of like height variation. I think it makes the build look more interesting. Helps like stand out a bit. Go work on the frame of the roof. I know this tower is gonna be like kind of weird. I wasn't exactly sure what to do with it or how I wanted it to connect to the main house. Get this like steep roof on the left here. Fill it in, but it'll world edit, save me some time. Connect the roof up to like where this tower is going. Clean the frame up a bit, do a bit more work on it. Start filling it in. I'm not really sure what block I want to use for it, like quite yet. Start work on the tower. I don't want to make it too tall, because as you probably saw in the thumbnail, I don't want to put a crane on top of this. So if it's too tall, then I feel like will look kind of weird. So I just kind of add a bit of extra height to it. Fill in the rest of the frame here on the left side. I just use oak for now. I go in and texture it and do a bit of stuff with it in a minute. Where this orange wool is where I'm planning on putting a porch in the front. Kind of use wool to plan my stuff out a lot. Get the top of this tower over here. Trapdoors and stairs again, kind of round the frame out. kind of thinking out what I want to do with stuff. I know I want like a section with a different block. I decided to make this left side white. I use wool for now. I go back and texture in a minute. Get the layout for the porch. Kind of make this like curved staircase. Get these like railings up. Underneath, get like a bit of like leaves and stuff. Just kind of like for some overgrowth if you like really look in there. Trapdoors, you know, stairs, fences, all the kind of classic stuff you use to like fill space out. Get this kind of like covering on the porch. Kind of thinking of like getting it like a curve and stuff, but I just decided to go up like a slab at a time. Keep it simple. I like the way it looks. I like the shape it gives. It's kind of the shape of the house itself done. Figure out where I want the windows to go. I don't want to put too many windows because it makes the interior kind of hard to do, but a couple in the front. You know, maybe 1 or 2 around the back as well. Start texturing here. Diorite, calcite, and like concrete powder. Just really like the way it looks. Texture the roof a bit as well. Just mix in some stripped wood and some trapdoors. Just kind of makes it look a bit more like detailed, yeah, but like kind of like worn down a bit, maybe. Maybe it gets a bit older. Also just mixes it up because like otherwise it would just be all the same texture. You know, finish texture and everything here. Mix some moss into the foundation as well. Get the door kind of in. More windows are on the side. Couple like window flower pots here. Just, you know, grass blocks surrounded by trapdoors. And yeah, here's where I start on the crane. Kind of admittedly cheated a bit here. I had a crane build for day 15, which, although I'm not the biggest fan of the house itself, I think the crane build was like really solid. So I do kind of take the base of the crane here from that one. You can go watch that video if you want to. Maybe don't watch that video. The commentary on that video is probably pretty bad. But we got the crane going. Just, you know, form like kind of the arm of the crane. Get these chains in. I lowered a bit. I figured it was just a bit too tall. This is already the tallest house I've ever built in this series. You know, because the landscape is kind of cheating, but the one before that is the one with the whole cliff, so maybe it's not cheating. Get like the weight of the crane in the back here. Some trapdoors. Get like the chain. Attach it to this like pile of like gold ore. I don't know exactly where they're taking this gold. There's not really a place to put it, but I think it, you know, it looks pretty cool. So, you know, that's what counts. You know, that's what matters. A couple more small details. Hang a bunch of lanterns up. Put a few flower pots hanging as well. Just kind of like helps fill the space up. Add some color in spots. It's really like most of the exterior kind of done with the house itself. I do like some more like landscaping stuff in a second. Make some bushes around the foundation. Make it look kind of like the terrain, like nature grew around it basically. It's like a very important thing I see people like miss. Like you don't want the house to look like it was just kind of set there. You know what I mean? You want it to kind of look like it's grown with like stuff has grown around it. Make it look like it belongs. Get this path going. I wasn't exactly sure what to do with it. I decided to make a hanging ladder come down here. Someone in chat suggested that, so if you want to suggest something for the next house, you know, make sure to stop by the streams. Try to stream every other day, but I've been streaming a bit more often than that recently. It's really about it for the outside. Put like a carpet in here, like a table, chairs, a couple like, you know, flowers around, a few more trapdoors. I'll make some spruce signs in as well. Just kind of mixes up the texture a bit of the logs and everything. I like the way it looks. Looks pretty cool. But yeah, it's the outside done. Head inside here. It's not a huge interior. Get some lanterns up temporarily just so you could like see as I'm doing this. Some bookshelves, like an armor stand, a hanging fern, just kind of like help break the space up a bit. Of course, get the refrigerator in there, classic fridge. Kind of section off this kitchen here with like these logs. I kind of like doing that. I think it like helps like mark like an endpoint for where to put the stuff. So like a, you know, furnace in there, cauldron, some candles, flower pots. Couple more flower pots, you know, too tall like azalea plant. This space is like a block higher, so I figure I section it off with like a log. Put some carpet in. Went for orange. Not sure exactly why. I feel like I don't use any. I feel like I use red and cyan too much, so I mix it up a little bit. Couple more lanterns, some paintings around, some flower pots, just to like fill the walls up. You know, all this like details. Make like these like shelves here on the left, along with the ladder. And yeah, it's about it for the downstairs. Couple more paintings. But yeah, head upstairs now. Got like this kind of interesting shape here. I section off this room to the left, and I decided to make it like a crane control room kind of thing. Like a desk. Put a bunch of random stuff to make it kind of look like industrial. You know, like the paintings or maybe like the monitors, you know, where they're like looking at the crane. I don't know. Just use your imagination a bit. Fill the space up. Over here we got an actual bedroom. Quick kind of like double bed. Like the headboard. You know, like a desk over here. Bunch of candles, bunch of like paintings. Some hanging flower pots, hanging lanterns here. Make these bookshelves kind of wrap around. Make this like TV space. Armor stand, got like a mini fridge here, of course. Some carpet in, kind of fill the space up. And yeah, that's really about it. If you like this house, you can download it for just $3 on the Patreon. You get access to 77 houses for just $3. So, you know, if you're interested, consider supporting me on Patreon. If you don't want to, it's okay. Consider subscribing, like the video. I upload daily, as I'm sure you noticed. So, yeah, I really appreciate the support. I'll see you guys in the next one. Hello everyone, this is day 88, building a house every day for 100 days. Before we get into it, you know, thank you guys for all the support recently. Channel's been doing really well. Last house, everyone really seemed to like it, so you know, expect more kind of houses like those, maybe some more landscaping stuff coming soon. Get into the house here though. Had someone on my Discord kind of like mention that they like day 72. I do as well, so kind of figured to make one kind of in a similar style to it. Get started with some landscaping stuff here, kind of like a pond on the front. Very simple, kind of like just texture the bottom with some like clay, sand, and gravel. Get some seagrass and pickles in. Some sand on the sides. Start kind of thinking about where I want the house to be. Wasn't exactly sure. Also didn't know what kind of size I wanted or any kind of shape or anything. I built this house live on stream, by the way. So if you want to be part of the next like build, I stream about daily, maybe every other day, right here on this YouTube channel. So, you know, subscribe so you don't miss it. Get the shape of the house in. Kind of decide that this middle section would be like lower, and these side sections would kind of be taller. I knew when I was building it that I kind of want to make like more like gradual kind of sloped roofs, because I do a pointed roof a lot. Didn't really want to do that again. Like the steep pointed roof, I mean, just, you know, I just go for stairs and slabs here. A lot of stone, it's like kind of a placeholder. I'm gonna go through and like texture it in a bit. Yeah, let's fill everything in. I kind of like mess around with this tower on the right for a bit. Not exactly sure what I want to do with it exactly. It looks kind of big. I decided to like shrink it down a bit to make it the same size as the other one, but just a bit taller. So like, you know, 5 by 5. I'm liking the shape so far, I think. Move the tower a bit. It's kind of a weird shaped house, to be honest, but I think it worked. I think it worked out pretty good. Get this like front porch thing in. I decided not to cover it. Bit of variation just so you could see the house itself, because I feel like if I put a roof on this porch, you wouldn't really be able to see the like stone or anything. Get a texture, like kind of like figure out what I want here on the right. Moss, mossy cobblestone, mossy stone brick, cobble, you know, cracked stone brick, stone, andesite. Kind of like same kind of texturing I used on day 72, I think. Get some tuff in there as well. Just go around texturing, kind of like keep the moss lower to the ground. Kind of makes it look a bit more overgrown. Just filling everything in here. Kind of takes a while. While I'm doing this, I have a link to the Discord down below if you're interested in joining. We like talk about Minecraft stuff. Send notifications for when I upload in there too. So, you know, if you're interested, it's linked down below. Also linked to my Patreon if you want to download almost 80 houses now for just $3. You know, it's linked down below as well. I'd appreciate it. Back to the house itself. Finish texturing the walls here. I start texturing the roof. Just different types of deep slate blocks in there, really. Nothing like too like crazy with it. Just kind of like mixing it up, because if it's all brick, it kind of looks bad in my opinion. Try to use as much like cobble as possible, because I kind of like that texture. Just kind of blend it in. Final roof here, pretty simple. Yeah, it's the roof about done. It's kind of the shape of the house itself done. It's looking okay. A lot of this comes down to like small detail stuff that kind of makes it look good. Get the windows in. Not sure where I want it, so I kind of clean up the interior first, so I know like the height I want the floors to be at and everything, and like where windows would make sense. Kind of move this tower window around a bit. Not really sure exactly what I want with it. Fill some windows in. Put a window up here on this tower on the left. Move this porch over so I can fit a flower pot here, like a window pot thing. You know, put some windows on the side here. 2 more windows on the tower. Just kind of trying to fill the space out a bit. Get the door in, obviously. Kind of just taking a step back here, looking at it. Go for this like kind of like fishing dock kind of thing here on this pond. Just trapdoors and slabs and stuff. Kind of like get these fence gates in as well. I go back and I come back in a bit and I do some more stuff with it. Some more flower pots around. Get some bushes as well. Just kind of like overgrown. It's kind of the feeling I wanted with it. Some vines too. Kind of mess around with extending this roof to the back. I kind of decided to scrap it. Not really a big fan. Just trying to fill the space out a bit. Get some grass, some ferns, some tall grass. Get some berry bushes too that kind of like fit. Went for a taiga theme. I'm sure you can tell I kind of changed the biome with it. Like the way it looks. Fill the flower pots up for some color. I think the red kind of adds like a nice like accent to all like the gray and the brown. Get started on custom tree. Get one on the left here. of like a pine tree. Add some different leaves to it for some like texture and like color. One tree on the left, I got one on the right. I think these kind of like help complete the build a lot. Just look a lot better than like if it was plain. Some sugarcane. Bit more detail on the dock. Add some lily pads as well. Add some signs around the house, kind of make it look like maybe there's like supports or like window shutters or something. I'm not really sure exactly what they are. I just think they look pretty good. Bunch of lanterns and flower pots hanging everywhere, especially on the back to kind of fill the space up. Some more vines around as well. Little like table in the front, the welcome mat. That's about it for the outside for now. I'll come back out at the end and do a little bit more with it. But head inside now, get a really quick kitchen. Fridge, of course, as always. Quick floor. Put lanterns in here in a second. It's a bit dark right now. Got a rug for like welcome area. Get this kind of entertainment space on the left here. It's kind of a weird shaped interior. There's like these two towers. I'm not really sure exactly what to do with it. So I just kind of like go like one area at a time, kind of separate it a bit. You know, finish up the kitchen, got like a dining space. Ceiling's a bit weird because it's like slab, so I kind of like can't really hang anything on it. I just kind of go back and forth between the rooms, adding stuff like lanterns, flower pots, you know, some candles, chairs, tables, that kind of stuff. Make the ceiling full box with like slabs so that I can actually like hang lanterns and flower pots from it. Come over here to this like tower room. I just want to make it kind of like a sunroom, kind of like plant space. There's a lot of windows in it. There's not a lot of room. Get some flower pots, like a growing light, I guess. Quick ladder up to this like top floor. Bunch of plants, green carpet, some paintings. I decided to hang a bunch of leaves from the ceiling here in a second. I feel like it kind of made it look pretty interesting. Get a better view of that in like the tour at the end of the video. That's really about it for the downstairs. I get this kind of like spiral staircase in. Quick armor stand. Like a closet kind of space. Hang a few more lanterns, kind of light the space up. Head upstairs to this like left tower kind of thing. Figure, you know, this is a good spot for a bedroom. Put a quick bed, candles, hang a bunch of flower pots up. Get this armor stand. You know, some lanterns. Put like a chest up on a shelf there. A bunch of paintings. Kind of just fill the walls up, you know. A couple more lanterns. Come back outside here. I was asking the live chat because I was streaming. Anything else for me to put out here? The suggested fish and then mushrooms. That's what I do. Put a bit of that. A bit more color. And yeah, that's really about it. Thanks everyone for watching. If you enjoyed the video, you know, make sure to subscribe. If you really enjoyed the video and you want to download houses or just support me for just $3, you can join the Patreon. And yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, this is day 79, building a house every day for 100 days. Before we get into it, I just want to thank you guys for all the support recently. Channel's been doing really well. I really appreciate it. You know, a lot of new people joined the Discord in the last few days. A lot of new people checking out the shorts and like the streams and everything. So yeah, I really appreciate it. Let's go into the house here though. Built this one live, so you know, if you don't want to miss those streams, make sure to subscribe down below. Probably gonna go live tonight, maybe not. We'll see. Get into the house here though. Talking to chat, I kind of decided I want to do like a tall house. Other than that, I didn't really have anything planned in specific. Like, I wasn't exactly sure what kind of block pile I was going to use, so I'm kind of trying to figure that out right here. Just getting the frame in with this red wool. I know when you use spruce, kind of like a foundation layer of stone bricks as well, and probably a white base. I didn't know what I wanted to do with the roof yet. See, I'm just getting the walls in here. Just filling everything in. Real quick, as I'm building this house is dedicated to my patron Aelic. I know he already got a house dedicated to him before, but he stopped by the stream, he donated some money. I really appreciate it. So, you know, this house dedicated to him. If you want a house dedicated to you, along with the schematics for every single house and build I build for this channel, it's just $3. So yeah, you know, $3 on the Patreon down below. I'd really appreciate it. You don't have to support, obviously. Just watching is honestly, you know, really appreciate that. Yeah, back to the house here though. Getting the frame in. So to go for this like really tall roof, kind of like weird proportions on it. Getting this side section as well. Just fill everything in. I use cyan wool here. I'm gonna go back and texture it. I kind of overuse cyan in my opinion, but it's just like a really nice block. I really like the color. I also like the way it kind of blends with dark oak and spruce, and like these white blocks I use for the main part of the house. So, you know, just keep filling everything in. Head around the back here, get the frame for like this back part of the house. A lot of just filling in blocks at the beginning of this video. It's like a very large house. It might be the biggest house I built in terms of like size of the interior, kind of like the true size of the house itself. Not 100% sure on that. Finish the right side now, onto the left side. Got like a different shape over here. And a different shape, different size. Kind of, I don't want the house to be too symmetrical or anything. So, you know, the left roof is kind of smaller. It's a bit higher. The right roof is kind of bigger and lower. I don't want to do like some kind of like some more verticality too, but I just haven't decided yet. Start working on this tower in the middle. Talking to like, you know, viewers live that they kind of agreed could use a tower. At first I was going to build like a frame like the rest of the house, but I decided instead just make it like flat and do a lot of texturing to kind of make it stand out and like look good. So just fill everything in for now. At first I kind of go for like just like a normal like roof, and then I kind of also try this like, you know, like four side kind of cone sort of roof shape. I come back later, you might have saw in the thumbnail, I do like a point at the end. Well, not at the end, like in a minute here I come back into a point, but for now it'll kind of look bad. It'll just look like this. You know, getting the shape in there. I wasn't really happy with how this was coming along. I decided to kind of add these like smaller, like purely aesthetic towers. Kind of similar to what I did on day 60. These two towers are like purely like visual. They don't actually like have any, there's no way inside of them or anything. So you'll get the right one done, start on the left one. You know, trapdoors, slabs, and stairs, kind of just like give them like a frame before just going up with them. Like I said earlier, go back, I scrapped this middle tower, rework into a point, kind of use a similar design, if not maybe the same design I used on day 60. I just really like it though. Not gonna fix what's not really broken. Kind of like classic. Get these like front windows in on the roof. Start with this one on the right, one on the left. Again, kind of different sizes, you know, different heights. There's some variation in it. Guys, I'm building this. If you're interested in joining my Discord, there's a link down below. A lot of people talk about like Minecraft builds and stuff in there, so you know, if you're maybe interested in talking to some other people about Minecraft or just, you know, talking in general, you know, link down below. I'd really appreciate it. Back to the house though, I get this like large like stained glass window in the front. blue, cyan, and light blue as well. Just kind of like, I think it looks pretty good. Kind of fills the space up. Brings some blue to like the rest of the house other than just the roof. I get a similar one on the right here, except I use glass panes instead of glass. I'm liking the shape of the house at this point. Still looks kind of bad because I got to texture everything. I got to texture all this white wall kind of space. I got to add like lanterns, flower pots, that kind of stuff. So like right now, still kind of looks pretty bare. Kind of bad, honestly. So I start getting the texturing stuff out. Go from polished diorite to calcite, and then concrete powder and wool. Not too much of like a pattern now I do it. I usually kind of just like try not to form too many shapes. Try to like mix everything up. If you want a full video on like maybe texturing and like gradients and detail, let me know. I'm definitely down to make that if there's like an audience for it. So, just texture everything. Just going wall to wall here. Kind of takes a minute. Do the top tower as well. Texturing really like saves the build. It looks pretty bad if you don't texture it. But texturing and like, everything else, all the small details and stuff to this build. Honestly, I think in my opinion, it's like top 3 or top 5 that I built for this series so far. Down below, let me know maybe what some of your favorite builds are from the series. Maybe like a top 5, maybe just a couple that you really like. If you're a recurring viewer, of course. If you're new, obviously can't really know what they are, but yeah, if you drop some I like as well, maybe I'll build more like it. Finish texturing these towers here. Texture this like space at the bottom. I kind of forgot earlier. I get that space in the back there too that you kind of see that I missed. Tops of the towers and stuff, I kind of make some walls in there as well. Just kind of make it look a bit more like detailed, maybe a bit more run down. Get these like window flower pots in. Just because there's a lot of like space to fill. There's a lot of white, like kind of wall space I don't want to fill with like plants. So I get all these flower pots in. It's looking a little dark. I'll come back and get some lanterns in as well in a minute. I use stairs and trapdoors. I like a lot of the stuff you might see on the frame here. Kind of just round it out, make it look a bit less like angular. I personally really like it. I don't know. I feel like it just kind of adds a lot to the build. Just clean up the foundation here, get a few more flower pots in. Adding some like small details to the frame. Add these like trapdoors and stuff. Kind of make these towers like they actually belong here. Add some walls to them too. Come back to the front. Obviously, I'm sure you noticed the door is kind of off the ground, so I knew I was gonna have to build a porch. Just get like a simple porch in for now. Like I come back and actually, work on the porch in a minute. But for now, I'll go back up, start texturing the roof because I figure the build kind of needs it pretty bad at this point. At first, I was gonna do a gradient with light blue, but decided to just stick with cyan. Just cyan, concrete powder. It's really like, it's kind of surprising how much you could do with just those 3 blocks. Just wool, concrete, and concrete powder. I feel like it really does a lot for the build. Makes it look a lot less plain, kind of a lot more finished, detailed. So I just bring these blocks everywhere. Tops of the tower as well. With these towers is actually the tallest building I built for the series so far, which I think is pretty cool. I come back after. I don't think it captures in the replay. I put lanterns on top of them, just like a little touch. Soul lanterns because they're blue. I think it looks pretty good, and it also officially takes it over the height of, I forget which house it is, but one of the previous few houses. The one with the crane, which has now been passed. Come back down here. I'm liking the way the house itself looks. It looks really good in my opinion. But there's, some landscaping stuff and some like work to do with the porch. Changed it out for dark oak. I just kind of like the way it looks better. Most of that gets covered anyway. I don't cover the porch. I think it looked, in my opinion, better to be able to see the kind of front of this house. 'Cause it's got these like white walls, a large door, kind of like a nice frame too. So I don't want to cover it. I go around and I fill these flower pots up. A lot of red. I just kind of like the way the red looks. I think it matches well with the cyan. Kind of adds a bit of contrast to it. Some pink and stuff too. You know, it's mostly rose bushes, berries, tulips, and like poppies and stuff. But you know, there's some cherry saplings in there, some like lilacs, I think those are. Liking the house so far. Get some lanterns in, some flower pots too. I come back and fill these in a second. Just kind of getting them like the blocks down first. Some lanterns at the top as well. The shaders I use, which are rethinking voxels, I get a lot of questions about that, but like they leave very harsh shadows, which is kind of, that's why I like them, but it just means that I need a lot of lanterns around to kind of like make the space not very dark. So I get a bunch of lanterns, bunch of flower pots, fill the flower pots up, clean up the porch a bit more, add some trapdoors, like a railing here, I guess. Kind of bring this landscaping up to cover the fact that I don't really like the way that staircase came out on that side, but you know, you can fix it with just landscape. Under the porch here, I just put a bunch of like leaves and grass, kind of make it look overgrown. Because you know, like you wouldn't really maintain underneath the porch. I got a path, just a really simple path, of course. I mean, you can't really do anything too crazy with it. Some leaves, you know, I mix oak and like azalea. Just kind of for some like shadows and like lighting in the leaves. Get some grass and ferns around. Some tall grass, obviously. A couple like fences around the path. It's really for like the house itself and the exterior. I put some rose bushes around. And then someone in chat suggested that I build a custom tree. Because apparently I'm the custom tree goat, you know. Self-proclaimed, I guess. Nah, people in chat wanted a tree. Build a tree here. Mix some different types of leaves in. Pretty happy with how it came out. Pretty simple tree. Like, I don't do anything too crazy. Like, it's just a pretty simple tree. Azalea at the top kind of looks like sun, I guess. I forget where I saw that. It's a cool trick. Finally head inside. Have an interesting interior. Earlier in the stream, Aelic, who's, you know, the one this house is dedicated to, kind of mentioned that it'd be pretty cool to have like a really tall ceiling in this one, which I definitely agreed with. So I spent like a minute here just cleaning everything up, kind of making it symmetrical. Just like, because you know, when you're building, you misplace a lot of blocks on the roof and stuff. So just clean it up for a minute. So I'm left with this like very large space. Kind of decided this is like basically the only place I really can put a kitchen. So I put a kitchen in here, get the fridge, of course. I purposefully don't center this because I feel like it looks better not centered, but I do come back and center that like log in the middle there. So it lined up better somewhere else. Get the carpet in, texture the carpet. Get these like railings for like this kitchen section. Get a dining table. Put a couple like candles and flower pots around. Guess like entrance rug area. Guess around the loft. I knew I wanted a loft because I needed somewhere to have a bedroom. Wasn't really any room for it. The bottom. Get a quick loft, just a bed, kind of like some bookshelves. Like a desk, and like azalea plant. I decided to do something kind of weird. I put a second loft, like a weird double loft kind of thing on this left side. I really like the way it looks. I think it's like a really interesting kind of part of the interior. Something I've never done. You know, usually I have one loft, but the loft has like a loft, so I think it's pretty cool. Head down here to the bottom, like a reading space, you know, like a lectern and stuff. And now it's just kind of about like finishing this up, filling the space up. Making all the walls pretty detailed and stuff. So I got a lot of lanterns around. A lot of paintings. Just, you know, one of the challenges with like a single large open room is like you kind of have to still fill the space up and like figure out a thing to put on all the walls. So, you know, I get these like support beams up so I can put like plants on them, lanterns. Chat really wanted a chandelier. I've never built one in my life. I don't think this is like a particularly great chandelier. It's very simple. I just put like fences, a couple candles on top too. I like these lanterns. Mess around with like floating candles. I don't personally like the way it looked in there, but I definitely get the idea with it. So I switched the lanterns out for soul lanterns. I just feel like it matches the color scheme more. I think it fits pretty good. I really like the way it looks. Kind of lines up with this like large stained glass window too, so you can see it really well from the front. Some more paintings over here on the right. Put a few more paintings around in different spots. Come outside here. Just do a couple more like small cleanup detail things. Like, you know, azalea there. I put a sign dedicating it to Aelic, who again, like I said, donated money during the stream. But if you want a house dedicated to yourself, join the Patreon down below for just $3 a month. You get access to like 80 houses now for just $3. And, you know, I really appreciate the support. Yeah, that's about it though. If you enjoyed, make sure to subscribe. Join the Discord as well down below. If you want to upload notifications and like, you know, stream notifications. Here's a quick walkthrough, and yeah, I'll see you guys next one. Hello everyone, this is day 80 of building a house every day for 100 days. Before we get into this one, I just want to thank all you guys for support recently. Like really, it's kind of been crazy. I got a couple new patrons, so real quick, I'm going to shout out Caesar and Frankie, two newest patrons here. This house is actually dedicated to the first one, Caesar. If you want a house dedicated to you, and you also want to download all the houses I've built for this series, it's just $3 at the link down below. There's also an $8 tier where you get a house request, but yeah, if you just want the builds, it's just $3. Let's get into the house here though. Kind of decided, like, I know people said they're kind of sick of like the steep roofs. A couple people have said it in like my Discord and like during stream. But you know, I went for it anyway. I kind of, you know, I built this one this morning. I was kind of not streaming for once, so kind of was just thinking about what I wanted to do. Get this like orange roof here real quick. I actually based this off like a kind of like concept art like image I found on Pinterest. I'll show it on the screen right now if I remember. Hopefully I do when I'm editing. I like loosely based off it. I think it came out pretty good. Just like you get inspiration from like a lot of different places. I kind of decided like if I see something I like, I can basically make it into something else. Like it's not too similar to the piece of concept art, but like it's got the orange roof, it's got the tower on the left. Kind of these like two sections as well. Let's get back to the actual build itself here though. Start working on this tower. I kind of build it here. It ends up too low. So I kind of raise it up a bit in a second here. Kind of like a medieval, kind of like fantasy kind of vibe on the house. Definitely fantasy, I'd say. I don't really honestly know what like style of house things really are. Like, I don't know what makes a house like a medieval house. I just kind of say that. I honestly have no idea. But, you know, back to the house here. Get this kind of like window thing in the front. Figured it adds a lot of shape, kind of helps fill up the front. I like the way it looks. I'm liking the shape of the house. Obviously, it's like very plain. Mess around with how to detail this like white tower, because you can't really like. It doesn't have a frame on it, you know, because it's like a circle. So I choose trapdoors. Add a bit of depth to it. I think it came out pretty good. Head around to the back for a second. Just adding these like stairs and trapdoors that kind of help round out the frame. Just kind of like fits better with like the feeling I'm going for. I like the way it looks. Add some more shape. Kind of looks a bit more like, you know, just intricate and detailed. So you just add that everywhere. I also add a spruce wood, like stripped spruce. I think it blends pretty well with the oak. Kind of just brings like a bit of a different color, but it's still like a pretty similar like feel. Just like a bit of a different, like softer texture to parts, maybe. Maybe like they're kind of like worn, like weathered a bit. At first, I built this one on flat land because I was kind of thinking of having it more as like a town setting, so like paths around it and stuff. But I figure it fills up the space alone pretty well, so I decided to put a hill under it. Just, you know, connect everything to the land here. I get started to figure out, you know, the blocks I'm going to use. Of course, it's a white wall. I texture it similarly as I do all my other houses. You know, polished diorite in the corners, you know, some diorite coming out, a bunch of calcite and white concrete powder to kind of like blend everything in, fill out the space a bit. I definitely kind of overuse this block, I'd say, but I just really like it. Never listen to the diorite slander. Very good looking block. You just gotta know how to use it. Because, like, you know, I never used diorite, and I started using it, and I really like it. It's a really good block. Gonna start filling everything in here. Just getting all the texturing. I got a lot of space to kind of texture here. As I finish up on the texture, I just want to say I have a link to my Discord down below. A lot of cool people in there, you know, talk about Minecraft builds and stuff. So if you're interested in like a community around like my videos and like similar style stuff, then just, you know, consider joining. It's a pretty cool place. Also, I stream on this channel like about every other day, a few times a week I stream. So if you ever want to stop by and watch me build one of these houses live, you know, that's the place to do it. You know, stream pretty often. A few people come through there, seem to enjoy it. So yeah, just consider stopping by. Back to the house here though. Start texturing the roof. I use orange sandstone, like smooth orange sandstone, some trapdoors, and some stripped acacia. Kind of similar palette to what I used on day 60 for the roof, which I really liked. But I kind of like trying to make it a bit brighter in this one, so, you know, less grays, more orange sandstone. I mean, more red sandstone, sorry, because it's like a brighter orange. I get these walls kind of make it even more pointy. Like, you know, sandstone walls on the top. Trapdoors for a bit of like difference in texture, different like color, kind of makes like a nice like line through it. You know, just filling everything out. Kind of takes a minute here. A lot of the time on these builds are spent texturing, but I feel like if you don't texture it, you can make the best shaped house in the world and it'll still look kind of bad. So like texturing is like really important. So, you know, if you're here to learn something and, you know, if you have one takeaway from this video, it'd probably be just to like really spend time texturing your houses and like figure out exactly what you want to do with it. Because I feel like it's like probably the most important part of building. Yeah, roof texturing done here. I start putting these like flower pots in. Also figure out when I kind of put like a front porch, kind of like a really small porch, just kind of like a, I don't really know what you'd call it. I guess it is a porch, but it's just like a place for the door because it's kind of not flat. I don't want too bulky of a frame on it either, so I use trapdoors and signs. Looks pretty good in my opinion. Got this front window thing, like, it's kind of not even with the section on the bottom, so instead of moving the top, like, roof, I just moved this frame over a block. I like the way it looks. I think it came out pretty good. It technically isn't, like, symmetrical with the back, but it doesn't really matter. Like, who cares? Like, really? So, you know, get texturing this, not texturing, sorry, getting windows in here. I kind of figure instead of glass, I want to put a flower pot, because if I were to put a flower pot, like, coming out of that tower, it would look too, like, three-dimensional. Like, there would be too much space coming out. It would look very wrong. So I just put the pot inside. You'll see there, you know, just a flower in there. Kind of gives the illusion it's like a window. Get a bunch of lanterns around, and, like, you know, those flower pots on the other windows as well. Just kind of fill it up, add some light, add a bunch of color. Outside of the house is coming along pretty good right now. I'm really happy with it. I really wasn't happy with how this house looked at first. It's actually like the second like attempt I kind of had at it. I actually scrapped the first one. It looked pretty bad. Like half an hour into it, I just kind of like didn't like the shape. Fill everything in here for some color. I get a path. It's like a pretty simple path. I mix a bit of mud in. I like the way it looks, and these kind of like, I don't know, I just like the way it looks. And more like a fantasy setting for some reason. Like a hay bale cart, get some hay bales around. I figure it kind of looks good with the orange roof. Just like a nice color, in my opinion. I get some leaves around as well. Kind of like just blend it in more. I use some spruce in there. It's like a bit of a different color than I usually use, but I like it. You know, grass and ferns and stuff. And that really about wraps up the outside. Get a sign dedicating this to my patron Caesar. I really appreciate your support. A couple small details on the outside here. But yeah, that's really about it. It's a good looking house on the outside. Start with the interior now. Definitely one of the longest interiors I've done in this series so far. It's a lot of space inside. It's like 3 whole stories, like full-size stories. So start just kind of cleaning everything, separating it a bit. Putting on some temporary lanterns so you can see. Over in this tower, I get a spiral staircase. Figure it's like the best place to have like a way up. There's nothing else you could really use that space for. Kind of decided to have like multiple purposes per floor, like on each floor. So for this bottom floor, it's kind of like a restaurant kind of area. So at the bottom, I have like this like counter. People will be preparing the food. You have like a fridge, some shelves, lanterns, like a sink. Kind of like a bar space. You know, fill everything in. Pretty happy with how this interior came out. It just took a while to get there, as you can probably tell by how long it's left in the video. But yeah, I get these like seats in. Kind of like want it to look kind of sporadic. Like I don't want it to look too ordered. So they don't really line up too well, but that's fine. A couple like different size tables. Some of them are scaffolding, some of them are like trapdoor. Get this like tall potted plant. Just a bit more stuff in here. A bunch of lanterns. Lanterns and flower pots really help fill the space out. A bunch of paintings as well on the walls. Like a jukebox. Some more plants. A couple more small details. I get a quick menu up. I spent way too long thinking about how much money to make all of these like hypothetical items. But inflation really hit whatever place this is hard, so you know, millions of dollars for everything. Head upstairs to the next floor. My idea was kind of like the bottom floor was like the work floor, and the rest of them were like where the people who run the restaurant kind of like live. So I get started up here, get like this door in and kind of section it off. Put a quick kitchen behind the camera here, so you can't really see it yet, but it'll pan over. Get a dining space. Figure out how I want to section this off, because I know I need to fit a bedroom in here. Kind of weird shape. Bunch of paintings in this welcome space over there. Section off this corner here. Just, you know, similar to the outside of the house. And like the block palette I used for it. Get this kind of like TV entertainment space. Carry the carpet through. Bunch of bookshelves, you know, lanterns, flower pots, paintings. Just a bunch of stuff to fill the walls up. It's kind of the most important thing when you're doing interiors, in my opinion. Is to just fill the space up. Head over here for this bedroom. Pretty small space, but I think I make the most of it. I'll get a quick desk, bed, some bookshelves. Hang like a chest up over there, like a shelf. And that's about it for the middle floor. Upstairs, a bit quicker than that floor here. Is, you know, a bit smaller of a space. Like height-wise. Clean everything up. Keep it pretty simple. Over in this corner, I get a quick, like, sleeping area. It's not like a bedroom, because, like, kind of like a studio apartment, I guess. Like, it's all one room. Quick carpet, because the blue, I feel like, matches nice with the orange on the roof. Keep the lanterns around just so you can see for now. Of course, sink needs to be by a window, so over here is where the kitchen goes. Door over there on the right, just quick like armor stand, kind of like a closet, I guess. Put some like log across the ceiling, just kind of look like maybe like support beams, but in reality, just kind of to help fill the space up. I have like a shelf to put pots on and that kind of stuff. The dining area here on the left. Over on the right, I got like an entertainment space with like this kind of like L-shaped house. Quick armor stand, get some carpet in. Table. Bunch of paintings to fill up the walls. Some flower pots, azalea stuff. Hang some lanterns up as well. Bunch of like smaller stuff. It's kind of hard to see in this kind of thing, this kind of view. But yeah, that's really about it. If you enjoyed, you know, consider subscribing. Check out the Patreon down below if you want to download 81 houses now. I'd really appreciate it. And yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, this is day 81 of building a house every day for 100 days. Real quick before we get into it, thank you guys for all the support recently. We just hit 3,300 subscribers. Bit of a weird milestone, but I really appreciate it. Get into the house here though. I built this house on stream last night, so if you wanna stop by, watch stream, maybe give some feedback and suggestions for the house, subscribe so you get notified. This house is dedicated to my patron Frankey Laine, newest patron. He didn't have anything too specific as a suggestion. He said he kind of wanted to see like a more intricate roof. So, I tried. I'm not sure if I really quite lived up to that suggestion, but, we'll see in a minute here. So I'm planning the house out. Getting like the shape where I want everything. I use oak for now. It does change eventually. Kind of like didn't really know what kind of house I really wanted to do at all. I kind of know I was gonna use black for the roof though. I was really about it. So I'm just getting the shape in here. Figuring out where I want the roof to be. Getting like the roof like frame in. Just filling everything in here. I'll lower this back section so it kind of lines up. It's kind of a weird building process for this one. It took a while. I wasn't exactly sure what I was doing with like pretty much anything on it, if I'm being honest. With like a lot of ideas. Just start filling in the roof here. I kind of go back and forth between a lot of different parts, but yeah, I get the gradient in on the roof. You can see it on the left there. It's like black concrete, coal, concrete powder, and some deep slate blocks kind of just going up to like deep slate, like the cobblestone version. Switch the edge of like the roof out for dark oak. I figure it just looks better because like deep slate looked bad. It kind of like matched too much with the actual roof block. I guess blocks. Start texturing over here as well. Kind of really annoying because the blocks kept falling because like I'm using gravity blocks in it, like concrete powder. So it's really annoying to get a gradient on, honestly. But I made it work. Bring it up to deep slate tiles, bricks, and then just deep slate. Cobbled deep slate, I think it's called. Honestly, don't know. I think it's cobbled deep slate. Fill the roof like frame in. Start placing it all with dark oak. Fill the walls in with white wool here. It's kind of a placeholder. I didn't know what I was going to use for the walls yet. Figure out where I want the floor as well. It kind of like helps with like determining where to put windows and like parts of the frame. So yeah, fill everything with white wool as placeholder. I knew I didn't really want to use white wool for it, but for now, just fill it in. I moved the house over a bit. So I kind of want, at first I was planning on having a wraparound porch on it. I scrapped that idea, but I do still have a porch that kind of wraps around, but not really. Start placing the oak with spruce. I just figure like the darker color looks pretty good. Fill the walls in with spruce as well. Like replace the white wool with spruce. Haven't used spruce in like a minute for like the walls of a house, I don't think. So yeah, just get the spruce in. So everything in. I'm liking the color scheme so far. It's obviously not textured or anything, but I'm liking the way it looks. I got a lot of roof to texture though. Get started on the roof. Like texturing here is a lot of space. Spent a long time texturing this roof. Coal, black concrete, concrete powder. Bring it up to deep slate tile, deep slate bricks, then cobbled deep slate. I'm liking the way the roof is looking so far. It's coming along. Can start texturing the back. Deep slate again. Same gradient on all sides, but obviously. I think it came out pretty good. Go back to the front here. I decided to move this section over by a few blocks, just to like, basically I wanted to put more stuff on the roof. I needed a bit more room on one side to put like a window and stuff, so, make this part longer. Trying to figure out how to detail the top. Like I mentioned earlier, it was recommended I do a intricate roof, and I'm like, you know, push my roof like building stuff kind of a bit farther than I usually do. And like I wasn't really sure exactly how to do that. Like, to be honest. Put anvils up there for now. I like the way it looks. Just kind of looks like some kind of like weird detailing stuff. Messed around with a lot of ideas. People in chat had other ideas, but I'll leave it as anvils for now. Add a bunch of windows around. Some flower pots and stuff. Like these like window flower pots. Replace the ground with mycelium. I think someone in chat suggested that. I think it looks really good. It's like a kind of like a more like spooky, kind of like Halloween kind of vibe for the house. Still messing with the roof. I never really settle on this until like the very end. Just leave it as anvils again though. I guess on a porch here. Like kind of wraps around. Not really wrap around, it just wraps around the front. Simple details on it. Some trapdoors, some fences. Can start on this like window up here. Also add these like curves to the top of the roof. I've always seen people do this. I've never done it though. I think they actually came out pretty cool. Just adds a bit of like weirdness to the house, which I feel like kind of fits. So you get this window up here. There's like roof and everything. Quick window in there. Replace all the flower pots with mycelium as well. Just kind of like fits the vibe more. Couple like small details I forgot earlier, like, you know, curving the tops of the rest of the roofs. Put like a railing and like fences and stuff on here. Get the door in. Adding these like trap doors and like stairs, kind of round out the frame a bit. I think it looks better. I'm liking the way the house is coming along so far. It's like pretty interesting. I feel like it's like the darkest looking house I built at this point. I think it was good though. I like the gradient on the roof and everything. I like the block palette a lot. Get the path going here. I don't do anything like too interesting with it. Since it's mycelium, I can't really use like leaves and grass, so I use mushrooms instead. Someone in chat suggested a mushroom on the roof. I messed around with it for a while. I just really don't think it fits. I think it's like too bright. Just doesn't really work. I tried to make it work for a minute, but I ended up scrapping it. Just not a fan. I think it looks better without it. Start hanging lanterns up for some light. Mess around with like, you know, it's gonna hang it off the top things, but I decided not to. A bit more landscaping around the back here, kind of make everything line up better. Got all the lanterns in, got all the flower pots in. Start filling the flower pots up. A bunch of rose bushes and like mushrooms and like spruce saplings and stuff. Kind of trying to keep like this like dark, kind of like foresty vibe, I guess. I don't really know. I like it though. Add some fences around, add some signs as well. Put some pumpkins around as well. I just feel like it, again, like fits the vibe I'm going for here. Kind of like a Halloween build, but 10 days early. Put some more mushrooms around and stuff. Just kind of like fill the space up because I can't really use grass, like I said earlier. Got like a dining area on this front porch. Quick sign for my patron, Frankey Laine. I appreciate it. If you want a house dedicated to you for just $3 a month, you can join the Patreon down below. You get access to every house I've built for this channel so far. So, you know, I really appreciate it. That's about it for the outside here. Kind of go to the top, and I finally settle on candles for like these spikes. I really like the way it looks. Just exactly what I was looking for earlier, but it actually looks good. Really happy with it. Yeah, that's the outside about done here. Head inside. Pretty quick interior here. It's like nothing like too fancy, I don't think. Put a ceiling on it. Kind of a tall ceiling. Because like this middle is lower. You know, quick kitchen in there. I use a lot of orange and black candles and like carpet. It just fits, in my opinion, kind of with like the theme I'm going for. Section off this like dining space over here. Get a quick carpet. Yeah, so flower pots, some like pressure plates. Some more flower pots up, some lanterns in for some light. Quick like kitchen island. I like the way it looks. It kind of fills the space up. Quick like welcome area, you know, like a carpet, bookshelves, like an armor stand, maybe like a, you know, hang your coats up or something. Get this like spiral staircase over here. I feel like it's really kind of fit with the theme. Again, like I said earlier, like kind of like just weird, like spooky kind of. I don't know. I just like the way it looks. Fits way more than a ladder, in my opinion. Get starting upstairs, kind of a weird shape. Ends up being like kind of like a plus shape up here. Because like by the time I like clean the walls up and everything, there's just not a whole lot of space up here. Get this like sleeping area on the right. Just clean up the roof a bit. Get a desk over here. Potted plants. I put some like support beams up, kind of help like hang stuff from, break up the space a bit. You know, armor stand over here. Over on the right here, get a quick like entertainment area. You know, like a couch, TV. You know, some paintings. More paintings on this wall here, kind of like a sitting area maybe. Couple more paintings around, hang some flower pots, some lanterns, and yeah, that's really about it. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to subscribe. Like the video as well. You know, really appreciate the support. It's again dedicated to my patron Frankey Laine. If you want a house dedicated to you for just $3 a month, you can join the Patreon down below and support me. But yeah, that's about it. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Hello everyone, this is day 82 building a house every day for 100 days. We'll just get into it here. Kind of get this like cliff on the left, and then I'm gonna make this more kind of gradual hill on the right. So I'm just kind of sloping it up slowly here. The red is where stone's gonna be, and the green is gonna be grass and like dirt. So I'm just kind of getting that filled in here. Not exactly sure what I'm gonna build yet on like the top. I didn't really have any kind of plan going into this. I just kind of decided to start stream and build it. So if you want to catch the next one and maybe have some input on what I build next, hop in the stream, you know, subscribe so you get notified, I guess. The stream on YouTube. But I'm happy with the shape of the cliff and like the landscaping stuff. So, you know, replace everything with a proper like block using World Edit. Get some smaller details in. I get cobblestone stairs and like rooted dirt. Just kind of like blend everything in, make it look a bit more complete and like detailed. Pretty happy with it. Get started on the stuff at the top here. I was really unsure what I wanted to build. At first I kind of had like a wizard tower kind of thing in mind. The plan changes a lot though throughout this build, so for the first minute I kind of scrap a lot of stuff here. First I kind of build this thing, it's just too thick, it looks very wrong, it doesn't look good. Try like hollowing out the shape instead, making it a bit like unnatural. Again, just doesn't look good. Really struggle here for a minute. So you know, sorry about that. Scrap it again. Kind of go for like a square this time. I'm thinking like maybe like a castle kind of vibe with like 2 attached houses. Like I guess 1 attached house, but like it's like these 2 sections. So start getting the frame in here. I like the idea I was going for, but again, it just kind of doesn't really work as well as I was hoping. Wasn't a fan of the shape. I didn't like the way everything connected. It was just kind of rough. As I'm struggling to build this, if you enjoy the video, you know, consider subscribing down below. Like the video as well. I appreciate the support. I also got a Patreon, link down below. You know, $3 and you get like 82 houses so far. So, you know, I really appreciate it. Finally settle on the final shape here. I go for this like stone tower. Took me absolutely forever to settle on this, but you know, start getting the texture in. Tough cobblestone, stone brick, stone andesite, and then, you know, polished andesite and light gray concrete powder on the top. Just gonna get like a nice gradient on it. You know, finish that up. Kind of like start figuring out how I want to detail it. Pretty much everything I try to do just doesn't really work as well as I was hoping. So kind of settle on a more like classic kind of castle, like a perfect cylinder. Carry the gradient up to the top. Put like these like points. I don't really know what you call them. Just like the kind of like classic castle shape. Get this kind of like connected house over here. At first I put a frame on it, but then I decided to just make it like flat walls and like texture them. So you're just diorite, calcite, and concrete powder with some wool in there. Again, wasn't really sure what to do with the roof of this house. Messed around with a few different like block palettes. It's kind of the theme of this house. Is just stuff really didn't like go as smoothly as it usually does, and like just happens sometimes. Sometimes creativity doesn't really come as easy, but that's fine. Get this like red roof on it. I was kind of asking like the live chat, because you know I was streaming, what they wanted, what they thought. So settle on this red. Kind of make like a bit off center. I was planning on having the second house on the right here, like the second part of it. Get the frame in. I decided to scrap it though. I feel like it covers way too much of the actual castle part of the build. So instead I decided to kind of like focus on detailing this like main section and kind of like making it just look good, make it fit better. Raise everything up a block so I could put kind of like a porch on it. Put a fence around. Sort of actually finally like the way it's coming along, but it still is a long process until I get it to where I want it to be. Bring this part of the porch in a bit, because I was thinking of putting like a well there. I didn't end up putting a well, I put something else, but you'll see that in a minute. Start seeing how I could like texture and add some shape to the castle part, but I just don't like the way anything looks. So I end up scrapping that. Get some other detail stuff in. Put these like trapdoors and signs. I like the way it looks. I think it makes it look a bit more detailed, a bit more like full, kind of like an actual structure. I get this kind of like covered roof patio kind of thing in over here on the right. Kind of looks pretty weird, but I like it. I think it came out pretty good. Get this table here on the left. Kind of shrink the like covering. Make it fit better, in my opinion. Some flowers, some pressure plates, get like this carpet, kind of like rug. Add some flower pots on the windows. Put some more hanging lanterns as well in a second. Just kind of fill the space up, add a bit more color because it's very gray. Head back over here to the front. Start working on a well. First I was going to put it up on the top, but I decided to put like a campfire area there instead. Just think it fit better. It didn't block the view as much. Kind of fits the vibe more. The chat really wanted a well, so I try. I don't know why. It just wasn't... The blocks weren't really placing how I wanted to, like, place them. Something was just kind of off. You know, start putting the roof in. It just looks really wrong. It looks really off balance. I couldn't make it as tall as I wanted because it would block the cliff, and you know, if I made it any bigger, it would hit the side of the cliff. Just don't really think it was like meant to be in this build, unfortunately, so I scrap it. I think I'll do something cooler anyway with that space in a second here. Put a path in. quickly kind of like texture the path. Just podzol. Just podzol and like coarse dirt. Some spruce slabs kind of make it so you can walk up. I get a quick river in down here. Put some sand. I think this is kind of a better use of the space anyway. I like the way the waterfall looks. I think it adds a lot to it. Get a quick bridge over it. Couple lanterns. Finally start getting the grass in and stuff. Kind of like finish off the space outside. A bunch more fences and lanterns here. You know, grass, ferns, tall grass. Put some leaves over here on the left. I think that really like finishes off the outside. I think it was like kind of like a bit difficult to get to this point, but I like the way it came out in the end. Let me know what you think of it down below in the comments. What you would have maybe done differently, because you know this is definitely a bit more of an experimental kind of weird house. Not sure how I like it, but I think it's pretty good. Just filling the roof here. Posting up there at the end of the video. You'll have to see for that. Have to wait and see for that. And inside, at first I was kind of just gonna like put a normal interior in here, but someone in chat suggested I do like a spiral staircase up this middle part, which is what I do, but it actually takes up like most of the space in the whole house, so the interior is a little weird because of that. Put a library on the top, you know, a bunch of lanterns, a bunch of books, mix in some chiseled bookshelves for some like variation. Bunch of flower pots up here as well in a second. Fill them in for some color. Put some paintings, some candles. About it for like the tower part. Always like the top of the tower part. Head back downstairs. Got a kind of quick rug area. I put some like chests and armor stands under the stairs. You can't really see it right now. Quick kitchen, of course, get the fridge in there. Go for a loft up here, which kind of connects to the staircase. It lines up pretty well. So like a quick living area, you know, like a bed, kind of like a desk set up. Bunch of paintings, candles, lanterns. Go back downstairs, put a bunch of paintings, like a dining area. You can see this kind of storage area there. Here's an armor stand. I decided to kind of actually like dye and like chisel the armor, or not chisel, sorry, trim the armor. Come outside here. At first I kind of thought I was done. People said to put a chicken, so I can't really figure out how to build a cage, so I just throw a chicken inside here. Which looks pretty good. It's funny. Chicken in there. Real quick, I head up to the top. Of course, missing from this house, obviously. Gambling. Quick roulette table, you know. And yeah, that's about it. Thanks everyone for watching. Subscribe if you enjoyed. Consider supporting me on Patreon. And yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, this is day 83, building a house every day for 100 days. We're just getting this one here. I did this one live on stream, so if you want to catch the next one, make sure to subscribe so you catch the next stream. Kind of went into this one actually knowing what I wanted to do, unlike the last one where I kind of struggled for a while. So went straight in for some terraforming. Get this like kind of like coast on the bottom. Then I'm starting to work on this like cliff overhang here on the top. Kind of like thinking like, obviously, I mean, you saw the thumbnail. Lighthouse was kind of the idea I had. Kind of thinking like, for those who know, Wii Sports Resort, you got the lighthouse on the side of the cliff there. So, yeah, I get the cliff in here. Using red wool as a placeholder, getting the wool going down here. Kind of like gradually just slope it. Make it kind of curve back a bit. So we get like this nice point kind of here on the middle. As I'm getting the shape in here, for those who don't know, I have a Patreon down below and also a Discord link down below if you want to support me or just join the community. Either way, I really appreciate it. You know, for Patreon, you get a house dedicated to you, and you get like downloads for every single house I built for the series. So, you know, if you want to support me, I'd appreciate it. If you don't, that's perfectly fine. Just watching is like, you know, more than enough. Back to the cliff here though. Kind of got the shape in. Use world edit, replace all the blocks here. Get this kind of like sandy beach underneath. And this like cliff, like stone, and like a bunch of dirt overhang and stuff. Start texturing it, get kind of like a gradient in here. It's a bit hard for you to see, I guess, because there's, you know, this shadow going over it. But, you know, we start with tough on the bottom, we get cobblestone, we get stone bricks and cracked stone bricks, and we just get stone and andesite. It's pretty like simple gradient. Get some rooted dirt on the top, kind of like help blend it in. Make it look a bit more natural as well. Get some cobblestone stairs and slabs, just kind of like blends the dirt in better in my opinion. Come back down to the beach here. Just kind of make it like slope down a bit gradually. It's like a pretty simple kind of like, I don't do a whole lot with the bottom terraforming. Just fill it with water. Get some seagrass, some kelp, some pickles for some light. Get some sugarcane in. Mix in some upside down stairs for a bit of extra texture on the sand. You can barely even see it there, but just adds a bit more in my opinion. Add some rocks around as well, because it's like this kind of cliffside beach. And it's really better for the terraforming for this build. At least for like the bottom. I bring the gradient over on the left side here just because it was bothering me, but it's not really part of the build. You like barely see it. So yeah, that's kind of the texturing done here. Add some more rooted dirt around as well in a second, but yeah. Oh, add grass down here also. Kind of forgot about that. Just kind of helps fill the beach up, makes it look a bit more like vibrant. With terraforming done, we can finally get started on the house. At first, I kind of decide just like straight up lighthouse. Like I didn't have any plans for a house to be actually attached to it, but I do that in a bit. Get started with the gradient here on the left. Just texture in the deep slate. Kind of like thinking the deep slate is like a kind of like a foundation layer for it. Get started on the actual shape here. Just fill everything in. I use cobblestone at first just as kind of like a filler block for the shape. So I just get the shape in here. Bring it up to the top, gets a bit bigger at the top. And yeah, it's kind of shape in. I got this gradient on the right here, obviously. Start filling it in. Stone bricks, just get a bit lighter as we go to the top. Cobblestone, stone bricks, stone, andesite, concrete powder, some diorite, calcite. Pretty nice looking gradient. As you might have noticed there, sorry, I was kind of like, there's a cut in the recording. I was doing this live, my game actually crashed a few times, so sorry about that. I get back into texturing it here. Get up to the diorite layers here, get some polished diorite as well. Some calcite in, and then finally white wool at the top. I would normally use concrete powder, but the concrete powder following was making my game crash, so got wool in there for now. I'm liking the shape, I'm liking the texture. Get started on this like top section. Keep it pretty simple. I don't do a whole lot like too fancy with it. Get like this railing in. Get a quick middle section. I have built lighthouses before. I probably could have been a bit more like interesting and kind of experimental with the blocks I used for it, but I kind of just like the grayscale look of it, honestly. Get the light in the middle. Replace these like iron bars. I think I used glass and like glass panes. But yeah, I'm liking the way it's looking so far. You mix the glass and glass panes, kind of gets like a rounded look to it. You start on the roof. Gotta make like this, go for like a pointy roof. I struggled with the roof for a minute. I get it eventually, but yeah, I'm just not really sure exactly what I'm doing at first. You know, trying a few different shapes. Just gotta take a step back here. Any minute now, yeah. Finally start filling it in. Gotta just get it. I like it. Looks alright. Nothing crazy. Gotta get kind of point on it. And yeah, it's kind of the tower itself done. I decided, you know, could definitely use kind of like a house structure attached to it. So I get started here on a pretty simple house. I still want the lighthouse to be the main part of the build. Like, I don't want there to be like too big and like significant looking of a house. So, you know, we fill the house in. They go on both sides, just like symmetrical with the lighthouse. You know, pretty simple like block palette. I use spruce for the roof, oak for the frame, and like white wool. Kind of don't want anything too colorful with this. I kind of like the kind of like very grayscale look of the lighthouse. So I don't want to use too many bright colors on the house itself. Add some, you know, basic details, some trapdoors and stairs around, just kind of like curve the foundation. Sorry, curve the frame of the house a bit. Make it a little bit more detailed. Start texturing it. Quick look inside, clean up the interior a bit here. Game crashed again. So, you know, another cut there, my bad. Just texture everything, just keep it pretty simple. Diorite, calcite, concrete powder. Definitely overuse this block palette. I gotta start mixing it up a bit, I think. Couple small details on the outside here. Started inside, kind of like just figuring out where the floor is gonna go. So I can put this door here for a quick like campfire kind of area. I think it adds a lot to it. Add some grass and leaves and like ferns around. Just kind of fill the space up. Make it look a bit more overgrown. Hang a bunch of lanterns and flower pots up from the lighthouse itself. I feel like this kind of helps just like add a bit of color to it, and also like just fills the space up, add some light, makes it look more interesting. I really like the way it looks. Some rose bushes are on the bottom, flower pots and stuff. Fill the house up, make it a bit more lived in, add some color to it. That's it for the outside for now. Head back inside. Kind of side, I basically have to go for a spiral staircase up the middle of this tower. It's like a perfect space for it. Use world edit, just kind of fill it up. Just fits in too perfectly to not do it. Come downstairs here. Quick kitchen on this side. You know, the fridge, of course. Kind of cramped. You can't really get to this door. You have to actually crouch through there to get to it, but you know, whatever, it fits. Quick kind of like welcome area, like a rug and everything. A bookshelf, quick dining space. Hang some more lanterns up, put some more like small details in the kitchen, like flower pots and candles. Get some paintings around to kind of fill the walls. Hang some more lanterns, hang a couple more flower pots. Can I get this like loft area up here? Some bookshelves on the spiral staircase. Just figure it fills the space up nicely. Quick loft with like a desk and like a bed and everything. Couple more lanterns. Armor stands. Go back to the spiral staircase here. Kind of like a tall space, pretty dark. So I put some lanterns going up the walls. Some flower pots as well. Just kind of add some details on the way up. It did look pretty empty. Put a bunch of paintings as well for the same reason. Just fill the space up. Quick like flower pot up there. Up on top, make a quick like seating area. I don't know. Figure it could use a bit of something. A tiny bit of color up here. I don't do too much with it. But yeah, that's about it. If you enjoyed, consider subscribing. I'd really appreciate it. Like the video. If you really enjoyed and you want to download, I think it's up to 84 houses now. It's just $3 on the Patreon. I'd really appreciate it. And yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, this is day 84, building a house every day for 100 days. Real quick before we get into it, I just want to thank you guys for 3.5 thousand subscribers. Kind of crazy milestones, crazy how fast we're growing. And another thing real quick, this house is dedicated to my newest Patreon member, Paige. I really appreciate your support. If you want a house dedicated to you, along with downloads for every single house I build for this channel, it's just $3 a month, $8 if you want to suggest a house concept or like block palette. So yeah, I really appreciate it. Let's get into the build here though. I start with this foundation in the middle, kind of basing this off like a house I built in like an old survival world I played on. I might put a screenshot up if I remember it, I don't know. Basically it's just like a foundation on the bottom and the house kind of like comes out on like the sides of it and stuff. It's like, I don't know how to explain it, you'll see what I mean. So we kind of get the foundation in, it gets a little bit bigger as it goes up to this like second layer. Just get the frame in. Get this kind of like extending part out on the right side. And I get a smaller one on the left as well. These like don't have foundations on it. I think it's kind of interesting to have them like kind of just like suspended up there with like, you know, just wood and like supports and stuff. I get the shape of the roof in. Wasn't exactly sure what I want to do with it. I don't want to make a steep roof. I just really like the way it looks. Not a lot of variation in the builds recently, I know, but you know, I like it. Make it get a bit steeper as it goes up to the top. So it starts as like just stairs, and then it goes like block stair, and then at the top it's 2 blocks and a stair. Just, you know, bit of variation, get a bit steeper. I get these 2 different roof sections on the left and the right as well. Kind of break it up. Start putting some details in the frame. Just stairs and trapdoors, kind of like curve it. Add some like details, supports. Fill it in with oak. I come back and I texture it in a bit. I also like use a different block for part of it, but you'll see it in a minute. So just fill everything in. I didn't have like an exact block palette in mind. I didn't know what I want to do with the roof yet, so I just kind of leave it blank for now as I like think of what block I want to use. You know, just add stairs and trapdoors, a couple fences around, fill up the space, kind of just add a bit of detail to it. I'm liking the shape of it so far. I like how it looks. Start filling the roof. I use cyan at first. I feel like I overuse cyan a bit though, so you know, for now it's cyan, but I do change it. Get a lot of comments about how I use wool a lot in my roofs, especially on like during stream. So I changed to spruce. Kind of not sure about it though. I feel like it looks too samey, too much spruce, honestly, too much wood in general. But I filled it in anyway. You know, fill the sides up, carry the shape of the like frame of the roof. Just looking at it, I'm just honestly like not the biggest fan of it. I try to think of a way to make it stand out a bit more. Go for like a stone frame on it. I don't like that either. So, you know, I just kind of fold here on like try not to use wool, and I decided to set it to wool anyway. I really like the way the red wool looks. I think it pops a really good amount. Kind of fits with like the shape of it in like a weird way. I just think it looks pretty good. So, you know, set it to red wool. I go back and I texture in a bit, but you know, for now, just red wool. I get this balcony in the front here. Just, you know, kind of make it like get thinner as it goes on, just to kind of add a bit of shape to it. Round this one edge out a bit. Get these like structural kind of supports in, just wall, fence, wall. I think it looks pretty good. Fill the left and the right parts of the house in with white wool, just a bit of variation from the main part. I think it looks good. Decided to go for this like brick patio thing on the bottom. Use a debug stick to connect that there. Liking the way it's looking so far. It's kind of coming along pretty good. Extend the path out a bit. Mix in some granite in that as well. Just kind of like, you know, give a bit of texture to it. Start texturing the roof. At first I think of going like from a red to orange gradient, but I decided to do like a darker red at the bottom to a lighter red at the top. This takes a minute, like mangrove in. Mix some like strip mangrove and everything. Concrete powder. Just like the way it looks. Good amount of texture in it. You've seen me build this kind of roof a lot if you're not new to the channel, so I'm not gonna, you know, explain everything I'm doing here. Start putting these trap doors. Can't really see it yet. At first, I kind of think it would look good, but I don't know. I've done this on the last time I used red, and I don't know. Figured I'd go for something different, remove it. Not the biggest fan of it. I think it kind of just looks better as like a clean roof with no like extra details on it, so I just kind of leave it like that. I like the gradient I got on that. I like the texture. Texture of the white parts of the walls. You know, some calcite and concrete powder, not a whole lot. Bit of diorite in there. Start getting these flower pots where I want the windows to be. Put like a curved, like rounded kind of stained glass window in the front. You don't get to see it there, but I'll come around. You'll see it in a minute. Just get some more of these like flower pots in and windows in. Main shape of the house is about done here. I'm really liking the way it looks. Just got a lot of like small detailed stuff to finish up. Put some lanterns up for some light. Fill the flower pots in. Just like a nice splash of color because there's a lot of brown. Really like kind of like makes the build pop a lot more. Hang a bunch of like lanterns and flower pots with like a fence and chains. I just like the way it looks. Kind of adds a bit of like variation, some like randomness to it, I think. Which like looks pretty good. Guess they're on like very simple like landscaping stuff. The build is only on like a slight hill. I didn't think I needed a lot of landscape on it. Because, you know, as you see on the build on the left there, I've kind of been doing a lot of landscaping stuff recently, so figured I'd like focus back in on just building a house. So yeah, get this patio down here, hang some lanterns up to light it up. Just like leaves, grass, ferns, and like rose bushes and stuff for the landscaping. Don't do a whole lot. Quick carpet on the bottom. You know, some small details around, do a bit more texturing on the path. Get the sign in. You know, again, dedicated to my newest Patreon member, Paige. I really appreciate it. Just $3 for anyone interested. That's about it for the outside, though. Head inside now. First, I kind of just section off the floors here. It's gonna be a 3-floored house. Got this like basement layer, and this middle floor, and this like kind of top floor. Start with the basement. Get this like deep slate floor on it, kind of like a garage kind of floor, like a workshop, I guess. Actually, the proper like kind of thing here. It's kind of like work area on the left. Stone cutter, grindstone, brewing stand, kind of like a work light. You know, blast furnace on the left. Debug stick to like keep that lit. And a couple flower pots. Kind of put this shelf up with a chest. Some storage under the staircase. Some paintings. That's really about it for the bottom floor. Just try to fill up the space, basically. Head up here, kind of section it off a little bit. Get this like area with the kitchen and the staircase in it. Quick kitchen, accidentally spilled the water down the steps and I have to go clean up all the concrete powder because it turned to concrete. You know, fix that. Quick shelf on the kitchen, some candles, some flower pots, a few pressure plates. Over here on the left, we get this kind of like living room area, some bookshelves, like a TV. You know, some carpeting, like a dining space. You know, scaffolding for a table, hang some lanterns up. Some flower pots for some, you know, just some color, fill the space up a bit. Add a bit of like greenery. Get this kind of like desk area. A few more paintings to fill the space, and that's it for the middle floor. Put a quick table and chairs on the balcony. Just kind of fill the space up a bit. Get a ladder over here in this corner. And head upstairs to the top and final floor. Sleeping area with like a bookshelf here. Get like the triple bed, of course. Candles and some lanterns, kind of light the space up. It's kind of a weird shape interior here. Get these like scaffolding, kind of like support beams. Place to like hang stuff, kind of separate the space a bit. Like an entertainment space over here on the left. Like a table. Quick carpet. Again, just trying to fill the space up. Make like every area seem like it has a purpose of some kind. kind of like desk over here on the front of the house with like, you know, the window there. Quick lectern, hang a bunch of lanterns, hang a lot of flower pots up as well. Again, just kind of fill the space up. A bunch of paintings, and yeah, that's really about it. If you enjoyed, you know, consider subscribing. Check out the Patreon down below. Again, house dedicated to my newest Patreon member, Paige. I really appreciate it. Just $3. Get access to 85 houses now. So yeah, I really appreciate the support. And yeah, thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Hello everyone, this is day 85, building a house every day for 100 days. Real quick before we get into this one, I just say this house was built live on my stream. So if you don't want to miss the next one, and if you want to maybe have some input on the next house, give some ideas, make sure to subscribe so you don't miss the next one. I stream like every other day on here. So yeah, I'll link down below to like my Discord and stuff where I post like notifications. Let's get into the house here though. Had basically no plan going into this one, kind of as always recently. So I start with this kind of like cliff on the left side here. I know I kind of want like a structure, either one structure that goes between both parts or like two separate structures that kind of takes up both sections of it. But yeah, I just start with the cliff here, get this kind of like dirt overhang, and then start shaping the bottom. Building with stone at first, and I get this gradient. Pretty simple gradient here. Just like a small gradient, not too many blocks in it. I didn't want it to feel like too busy, so I just use cobblestone, stone brick, stone, and andesite. So get that in real quick. Mix some cobble in for the dirt. And it's cliff about done here. Put some rooted dirt and some hanging roots in as well. I just had to put a river in here. I'm just kind of planning it out where I want like the house to be and where I want the like river I put in. Planning it out so there's like a waterfall kind of to be at the like beginning of the plot. I guess like the front part of it. Texture the bottom of it. Fill it in with water. Some seagrass and some pickles. Do the same thing to the bottom part. You know, simple landscaping stuff, kind of like small like kind of beach sections like where sand washed up or something. Get these two bridges in, start with the bridge on the bottom. And then do a similar one on the top. I just like this like waterfall thing was like an interesting chance to like, you know, I have two separate builds almost entirely, but like similar theme of course. But you know, there's like two separate parts. I get started on what becomes an absolute nightmare in all honesty, which is this windmill. Which is at least what it is at first. As you probably saw from the thumbnail, I don't build a windmill in this. But I try. I definitely try. The circular shape was just not... It was just not working out for me, like at all. I struggled with this windmill for a very long time. So that's why you may notice this this build is actually sped up more than usual because I spent so long on it. So I'm building that, you know. I like these other houses I've built. If you like these other houses that you see here, for just $3 a month on the Patreon, you get access to, I believe it's 86 houses now, including today's. So, yeah, just $3. $8 if you want to request a build. But yeah, back to this nightmare. Trying to just make it look good. Talking with like chat, people are giving ideas. Just, is not. I'm not cooking. Let's be real. I'm just not cooking, and that's okay. You know. They suggested dome shape. I tried. It just looks wrong. You know, look at all these amazing houses I built. Let's just ignore the windmill I'm currently working on. I've cooked before, not cooking here. It's a good time to say this house is dedicated to my newest Patreon member, USMCGuru. I appreciate it. If you want a house dedicated to you, you know, $3. I finally just decided to completely scrap it. So I'm not building a windmill, or at least I'm not building a circular windmill. Then we enter stage 2 of this nightmare, which is whatever I'm doing here. I get this like 2 different layers of the foundation going, which is like actually a good idea. I do keep this idea all the way to the end, but yeah, I'm not cooking. I'm just not. Kind of an idea in my head that looked good, but I just couldn't translate it in game, like at all. Like my idea was to have this like left one, which with like a pretty steep point and like a windmill thing come out of it, and like the right one would just have a slope leading up to it. Just doesn't work. I just can't get the shape to look anything like I want it to in my head. Maybe the idea just wasn't meant to be. See, I messed around with this for like 5 hours, and yeah, I scrap it. Just not cooking. This was definitely like, I don't know exactly what I'm trying to say. Like the most scrapped stuff I've done in a build, probably. Like the least amount of time is spent on something that ends up in the actual end of it. Basically, at this point in the build, if I didn't build this whole like landscape and like terraforming stuff, I would have probably scrapped the entire thing and completely restarted. But I already had this out, and I was live when I was doing this, so I kind of just had to run with it. I finally have an idea in my head. Like I finally have like something that I think will look good. It's just like kind of a pretty standard house that has part of the foundation off the edge and like one part a bit lower. Just getting in the roof here. I'm finally actually liking the shape. Just getting these like roof sections in, the frames, filling the walls in as well. I don't know what block I'm gonna fill with yet. Someone in chat suggested that I use moss, kind of similar to I believe it was like day 53 or 52, one of those days, with like a moss roof. So I kind of decided to go for a similar theme here, but I figured I could do it better now. Like I feel like before when I built that, I wasn't as good as I am now. So I feel like I could, you know, do the idea more justice here. On the bottom layer, I go for this kind of like smaller building. As I'm building it, I already know that it's gonna be like a farm shed kind of thing with like a farm area on the bottom. So, you know, a smaller one. Filling the walls here. I decided to like make the walls flat because if I make depth in it, there's gonna be no inside. So the walls are flat, and I have to do more work on like the texturing and like the outside details to make it look good. You know, if everything with trapdoors, mix in some other blocks, get a bunch of lanterns in. Put these like fences on the edge, just kind of helps like make the frame look kind of like, I don't know, just more like 3-dimensional, I guess. I get the quick like paths in, one on the top, one on the bottom. Make this area on the left like farmland. You know, like fill it on wheat. You know, use world edit to grow it because my time is frozen in this world. Scarecrow, of course. Chat said to put a hat on it. Not sure exactly what kind of hat, so set on a flower pot. It's like hay bale cart, some sugarcane, some grass and ferns, like tall grass, some flowers in the flower pots and stuff. It's really about it for like the landscaping on the bottom part. Do some texturing on the foundation there. You can't really see it, but you know, I did do it. Start texturing the roof now, because you know I don't want the whole thing to just literally be moss. I want it to be like mossy stone and like, you know, kind of like a mix. And then put a bunch of like leaves and grass and like azalea. Just kind of make it overgrown. Pretty happy with how it looks. Do the same thing to the bigger section here. It takes a bit longer, but pretty happy with how it looks. once I kind of like locked in and figured out what I wanted to do on this house, it like kind of came along like really easy. Like everything just kind of like came out naturally and it looks good. But yeah, it took a while to figure out what I wanted to do exactly. So, you know, that's why this video is, you know, 5 minutes of scrap stuff at the beginning, but you know, looks pretty good now. I get some grass, like tall grass on the top, the windows in, like a door in the front. Then on the back, put some flower pots in. I like curve the foundation with stairs and trapdoors, like I kind of usually do, honestly. Makes it look better. I just like the way it looks. Less like angular, I guess. You know, some flowers and stuff. Fill the flower pots up, hang some flower pots as well. It's kind of the outside of the house done. Not really a whole lot left to do out here. A couple like small details. Put some like hanging leaves on the edge of the cliff. I can start with the interior. Just like simple like shed here. You know, a table, a bunch of chests, like just storage. You know, armor stands, some paintings. A couple like shelves with like chests on it. Obviously lanterns for light. Head into the main house here. It's a pretty small space because like a lot of this build is like landscaping and not the house itself. It's like lower area, I'm making like a dining space. Put a kitchen on this like higher part. Fridge, of course. It's a bit dark. I'll put lights in here in a second. Couple flower pots. You know, some paintings. A few lanterns for some light. I get a carpet in as well. That's about it for the bottom floor. Quick upstairs. Nothing crazy up here. You know, bed, some bookshelves. Just stay with like the green theme here. A lot of plants. Hang some lanterns and stuff up for some light, get some paintings. And yeah, that's really about it. Get a quick world tour here. If you enjoyed, make sure you subscribe. Again, this house is dedicated to my newest patron, USMCGuru. I really appreciate it. If you want a house dedicated to yourself, it's just $3. $8 if you want to request a build. Yeah, I really appreciate the support on the series recently. There's a link to the Discord down below as well if you want to join. And yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, this is day 86 of building a house every day for 100 days. Real quick before we get into it, thank you guys for all the support recently. I really appreciate it. This house dedicated to my newest patron, Marcus Kelley. I really appreciate your support. If you want a house dedicated to you, it's just $3 on the Patreon. But yeah, I'm not gonna bore you with that. Let's get into it. Kind of like figured I'll have this like river in the middle, and there'll be like a bridge over it and stuff. So that's kind of the plan I'm going for. Get started with just the landscaping stuff. Kind of takes a minute for me to get the house. So, you know, landscape first. Get this kind of river down here. In this almost like valley kind of thing. You know, clay on the bottom, gravel, sand, stuff like that. Seagrass as well. Just using wool as a placeholder for like dirt right now. So I'm getting the like, kind of like dirt overhang, stuff like that. Just getting the shape of everything. You know, replace it with dirt and coarse dirt, and then replace the top layer with grass. I feel like most people probably don't even notice the coarse dirt in there, but I notice it, so you know, I make sure to use both of them. Get some rooted dirt and like hanging roots as well. Some cobblestone stairs and slabs also. Just kind of like blend it in, maybe like look like it supports the overhang of dirt. Add a bunch of like foliage and stuff to this like bottom area. Some lily pads, some leaves, grass, stuff like that. Start getting the plan out for like the actual structures now. Figuring I'm gonna have this like left kind of like bridge. Kind of has like this curve to it. Kind of like a natural looking like arch kind of bridge, and then it'll like connect to the foundation of the house basically. That was what I had in mind, at least. So, figure out where I want the house to be, how I want the house to be shaped. Start, like, thinking about the roof. I know I'm not going to go for, like, a bright colored roof on this one. I kind of figure I'm going to use spruce already. Like, I kind of know that before going into it. So, just get the shape down. Start filling everything in. Just kind of takes a minute. As I'm filling this in, I got a link to the Discord down below if you want to join, for those interested. I talk about Minecraft and stuff in there, obviously. People send builds in there. Pretty cool community. Yeah, if you want to join, link down below. Back to the house, though. Fill everything in. Fill in the walls. I go for oak at first, but I switch it to wool. I just kind of like the way it looks more. I admit I overuse it, but just personally, probably my favorite block palette right here. Put some stairs and trapdoors on like the frame of the house, kind of like curve it. Just add some detail to it. Get this like window thing on the back of the roof. Just kind of fill it up because it was very flat before. Just for some shape. Get started on the bridge and like the kind of foundation over here. Get like a very simple curve at first. Can't really see it yet. Just got like this kind of like very like just straight curve. Like it just slowly goes down. Start adding some more stuff to it though. Make the shape a bit more like interesting and natural. Like curve it down into the ground, make it just not perfect. Kind of like break the shape up a bit. Just try to make it look like naturally kind of like destroyed over time. Like a fence in, connect it to the house. Get some walls in as well. Just kind of like the way it looks. Varies it up a bit. Helps the fences connect too. Start mixing some other blocks in with the cobblestone. I go for stone brick at first. Then I go for like some mossy stone brick. Mossy cobble as well. Kind of make it look overgrown. Get some cracked stone brick in there as well. And like, yeah, I'm pretty happy with how it looks so far. Not quite done with it. I come back and do a bit more in a minute. I get the path in now. A pretty simple path. I make some mud in there as well. I get some fence. Fence off the path a bit. Get some grass. It's like most of the landscaping about done here. Some grass, some leaves. Just kind of make it look overgrown. A few more small details under the bridge. Add some lanterns as well. Pretty sure I hang some underneath the bridge here as well. I'll put some stone buttons on the bridge. I think it just looks like maybe like pebbles or something. I like the way it looks. It's like a small detail. Mix in some stripped spruce into like the frame of the house. I like the way it mixes with the oak. It's like a different color. Start texturing the house itself. It's a pretty small area to texture, so it doesn't take that long. Polished diorite, calcite, and concrete powder. Which makes it look a bit more weathered. Just like not perfect, because if it's just all one block, it looks very flat. Same thing I do with the roof here. Mix in some stripped wood at the top, some trapdoors, and also some signs in a second. Kind of just make it look more like damaged, I guess. A bit more weathered, like imperfect. Start getting the windows in and like these like window flower pots. Not too many. There's not really a whole lot of room for them because it is a pretty small house, admittedly. Kind of enjoyed recently focusing more on landscape and less on the house itself. Not like the house isn't still like the focus, but I've enjoyed kind of building these like weird landscapes with it. That being said, get the lanterns in, some flower pots hanging as well. A couple like small details like fences and signs on like the frame of the house. Like a table here, kind of like this rug, flower pot. Get a sign up, dedicate it to my newest Patreon member. If you want to sign for your name, it's $3, like I said before. See a shout to Marcus Kelley. Head inside. Pretty simple space, kind of like not a lot of room. I get this like dining table. Figure it fits well with the window there. Armor stand, flower pots, I got this kitchen. You know, fridge, of course. Like a shelf, some flower pots, a couple candles. Get this shelf on the left with like a chest on it. Paintings blocking the camera, of course. A couple more small details, a couple of flower pots, you know, a lectern, quick carpet. That's it for the bottom floor. Head upstairs. Again, pretty simple interior up here as well. Just like a bed. Some like very simple stuff. Get a desk in on the left as well. There's not a whole lot of room to do anything too crazy with it, so I keep it pretty simple. Hang a bunch of flower pots and lanterns, get some paintings. And yeah, that's really about it. If you enjoyed, you know, consider subscribing. If you really enjoyed the video, consider joining the Patreon. $3, you get access to 87 houses now for just $3. So yeah, if you want to join, I really appreciate it. Join the Discord down below as well. If you have any ideas in general, you can leave them down below. I don't build every idea I get, obviously, but if you join the Patreon for $8, I will build your idea. Kind of forced to. But yeah, quick tour of the house here, and yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, this is day 87 of building a house every day for 100 days. Let's just get right into this one here. Kind of had this idea floating in my head for a while, but I wasn't sure about doing it since it's kind of like a lot of focus not on the house, but I decided to go for a floating island this time, as you probably saw from the thumbnail. So I kind of just get the shape of the island in first. It's a pretty cool build. I'm kind of used to building these. I built like kind of a lot of them for like my server, southout.us. It's IP. But yeah, I built a lot of these before, so pretty comfortable with it. So I just get the shape in real quick, get the overhang of the dirt. You know, grass on the top. Just stone on the bottom for now. I'm mixing some andesite in a minute here. Add some like cobblestone stairs and slabs. Kind of like helps blend the dirt into the stone, in my opinion. I like the way it looks. Add some contrast as well. I get this gradient in, but then I scrap it. I just decided it would like make more sense to just do andesite. See what I filled it in. Head down to the bottom now. Kind of like figured, I don't want the focus to be on the bottom, so I'm just gonna like a quick kind of landscape down here. Because I want the focus to be on the house itself and the floating island, and not just like this random space that's on the bottom. Still though, I feel like I gotta actually try, so I'll make a quick beach down here. Just get the shape in it first, and I start texturing it. Kind of takes a minute, but you know, it's worth it. It just makes it seem kind of complete, like the island's floating above an ocean, maybe. Mix some sand in, some clay, some gravel, obviously dirt, bit of stone, just because like I can't put gravel on that layer because that's bedrock layer. So yeah, fill it in with water, add some grass, some pickles, put a bit of kelp in, put some coral. Just a little bit, kind of make it look more lively, more detailed, like a bit of color in there. Not really sure what to do with the rest of the space. I try to make it mostly ocean, so I don't have to think about it. Put some sugarcane in. I get a quick palm tree. Nothing like too crazy. These are like really simple to build. Get one on the left. Yeah, mix some other leaves in there. Then I get another one in. Just kind of like fills the space out, makes it look complete. You know, hang the leaves down, make it kind of random. You don't want it to be too, like, you know, too consistent, too ordered. That's about it for the bottom. I like most of the landscaping in general. Head back up to the top. Start like figuring out the shape of the house I want to do. I didn't have anything in mind for the house on this one before starting, so kind of freestyle it. Get a quick shape. Wasn't exactly sure. I was thinking about putting a tower on the right, but I decided against it. I go for white walls. I just filled in with white wool for now, but I changed it in a minute. Just planning out how I want the roof stall connect, where I want like windows to be, that kind of stuff. As I'm doing this, if you're enjoying, you know, maybe consider subscribing. I really appreciate it. Channel's been going really fast recently, so you know, if you want to subscribe, I appreciate it. Also got a Patreon link down below. For just $3, you can download every single house I built on this series, or you can just support me. Either way, I appreciate it. Yeah, let's go back to the house here. Filling in the roof with just cyan wool for now. I know I'm gonna come back and texture it, but I leave it at this for now. I get this tower in the back left of the house. Just put like a frame for the roof, get like a quick point on it. Kind of built like a really similar roof a lot of times, so I'm not gonna, you know, I don't got a lot of thought going into this. Just kind of build it. Mess around with some other colors because I wasn't really sure if cyan was like what I was gonna decide on staying with, or if it was just a placeholder, but I decided to keep it. You know, some touch-ups to the kind of shape of the house. Really wasn't happy with this tower on the back. I think I kind of like jutted out too far. It looked way too like thick. Decided to just leave it for now, but I'm kind of thinking of ways to fix it in my head. Start texturing the front. Diorite, calcite, concrete powder, you know, kind of the classic. You know, mix it in with the windows and everything. I don't touch the top yet because I'm not sure what the shape I'm going to do. Yeah, it's kind of the walls pretty much textured. Put some window flower pots in. You know, just grass block, trapdoors. Fill in the windows, you know, do some other like small, quick details. Like some trapdoors I forgot, that kind of stuff. Head back here again. Kind of just trying to fix the shape. Nothing really looks good. I can't really decide what to do with it. Kind of mess around with like some cylinder kind of shapes, some unnatural kind of shapes. Nothing really works. I kind of think about putting a roof there to kind of just cover the fact that it's really weird looking. Eventually I just decided to move it in one block, which I think made all the difference. It's kind of less exposed now. The house covers more of it. It just looks a lot better. So I'm pretty happy with it. Texture it since I didn't do it earlier. And yeah, I'm really liking the shape of the house now. Pretty happy with it. Get started on texturing. I do a similar texture to, I believe it was day 63. Green on the bottom and then cyan and then light blue. I really like the way it looks. Kind of like a nice variation, nice gradient. Thinking about making the tower a different color. But eventually I just settled on doing the same kind of texturing of the actual rest of the roof of the house to the tower. Which I think looks pretty good. As you can see in comparison, this is the tallest build I've built so far. Kind of like taller than that lighthouse you can kind of see in the distance. Even though it's kind of cheating, like the house itself isn't tall, just because it's like floating. But I say it counts. Texture the roof real quick. Some moss with the green, you know, some concrete powder, some concrete. Pretty simple texturing, in my opinion. Finish it up here, texture the tower. Yeah, it's finally the texturing for the whole house done. I like the way it came out. I can start with some like smaller detail stuff. Get a good view of it here. I'm not sure exactly what I'm doing right now, if I'm being honest. Start hanging some lanterns up. Get some flower pots as well, just for some color. Fill the space up as well. Just, you know, make sure you get all the roofs and everything. Because, you know, I need a lot of light for the shaders I use, honestly. Fill everything up with some flowers, a lot of rose bushes, you know, just a lot of color. I like the way the red looks with the color of the roof and the walls and everything. Add some leaves, kind of like blend it in with some nature. Some leaves to the roof as well, looks pretty good. Get a really quick path in, it goes nowhere. I don't know where it is actually supposed to go. I kind of don't have any room on the right, but I like the way it looks anyway. Gotta think about where to put water, but it kind of just doesn't really fit anywhere on the surface, so I kind of decided to just put it coming out of the side of the stone. I think it looks pretty good. It adds just a bit to the build, which I really like. Add a couple leaves on the bottom. Make the island itself maybe look a bit like overgrown. Kind of like more nature. And it's outside done. Head inside. I really like the way this interior came out. Get the like floors in first. Some lanterns for some light. Yeah, it's one of my better interiors in my opinion. I just kind of like the way I section the space off. Like a kitchen over here, the fridge, of course. I get this like smoke extractor, I guess, but that's supposed to be on the left. Campfire underneath for some smoke to come through. Make it look like the stovetop is on. I guess kind of like bar seating in the kitchen. I really like the way it looks. I haven't really done anything like this, I don't think, in any of my other builds. I'll just clean up some stuff here. I got this dining area on the left that you can't really see. This kind of living room. Like a curved couch around like this, you know, kind of small table, but you know, around this table. I changed the colors of the carpet to kind of match the roof. Quick welcome area. Get an armor stand. I dyed the armor this time, I know. Crazy. Put some paintings up. You know, some bookshelves, a couple more paintings. It's really about it for the bottom floor. I really like the way it came out. Head upstairs now. Instead of making this one big bedroom, I decided to section off the space. Put a quick wall up. I get a door in, texture the wall. Put some lanterns. Look like bookshelves and stuff. Like a carpet. Flower pot. It's pretty simple. Quick bed, you know, a reading space. Bring this rug out, make this desk on the left, this little like window cutout thing. Fill the space up, some paintings, lanterns, flower pots, stuff like that. It's better for the bedroom. Finally, head inside the most important room of all, the gambling room, of course. Can't have a house without a gambling room. You know, but yeah, that's really about it. If you enjoyed this video, you know, consider subscribing. I got a Patreon link down below if you want to support me. I really appreciate it. I got a Discord down below as well. I don't think I mentioned that in this video, but if you want to join the Discord, you know, I'd appreciate it as well. Closing on 100 members. But yeah, that's about it. Thanks for watching. Subscribe, and yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. Hello everyone, this is day 88, building a house every day for 100 days. Real quick before we get into this one, as always, thank you guys for all the support. I really appreciate it. The channel's been doing really well. Really closing in on 4,000 subscribers, which is like kind of a milestone I never thought I'd hit. So yeah, I really appreciate it. Let's go into the house here though. Getting close to Halloween, so I figured I'd kind of revisit the black palette from I believe it was day 81, which kind of like a darker black palette, a little more like Halloween inspired. So we get the frame in here. I'm using spruce. Just like a bit of a darker palette. The mycelium on the ground. I go for this kind of river underneath the house. I forget which day I did this. Yeah, I forget. Sometime in the last like 2 weeks. I kind of had like a river going under a house, like under the foundation of it. So I kind of decided to do it again, but this time like different spin on it. It's lava this time, so you know, can't build this in survival with fire tick on or it'll burn. Oh yeah, kind of get the lava in, start thinking about the shape of the house. I knew I wanted this like kind of left part with the lava underneath it, but other than that, I didn't have anything in mind for the shape. So I just kind of like freestyle it here. Get this kind of left section in. Move it forward. Like I kind of had it close to it, but I wanted some separation. Start filling everything in. Just trying to figure out what I want with the shape. Kind of make them like line up well, so I could have like just two like intersecting roofs. Just get the frame in. I know I'm gonna put like these window things here. One on the front. I put one on the back in a bit. Start filling in the house itself. Just spruce wood. I'd go back and texture the world in a bit, but you know. Get this other window thing on this roof. Fill in the walls. Kind of takes a minute. Do some small details. Kind of get these like under like these stairs on the underneath, because I know if I don't do it, I'm gonna use like black concrete in a minute, like concrete powder. Sorry, and like it'll fall. So I need to get this kind of stuff in now. Fill the roof in with black wool, kind of as a placeholder. I know I'm gonna do this kind of like texture. Where I go from like darker blocks to the bottom to like a light gray. Again, like I did on like day 81. So just fill everything in. I like the shape of this roof. I think it came out pretty interesting. When like building the roof, it kind of like turns into like, you don't want to make it too complicated that it looks busy and like kind of like weird to look at, but if you don't do enough interesting with it, it looks really boring. So you kind of have to like find a sweet spot, which I feel like I found pretty good here, and I feel like I usually find that. Sometimes it could look really plain though, which it does right now, but again, I'm gonna put a grade on it in a second. Get these stairs and trapdoors around the foundation, everything, kind of just round everything out. I like the way it looks. Probably just preference, but I think it has a good amount of detail and shape to it. Do the same thing at the top, obviously. When I'm building the frame, I kind of like already am thinking about where I want windows and like the door to be and everything. Switch the bottom foundation to deep slate. I figured it just fits better with the palette I went for, with like the darker blocks and everything with spruce. The palette for the roof in here. Again, starting with like black concrete going to coal, black wool, black concrete powder, then the deep slate blocks. Kind of takes me a minute to get this in, but I think it's worth it. I think a gradient is one of like the like easiest ways to just make a build look really good. It's not too hard to learn to gradient either. I see a lot of people asking for like tips and stuff, but you just really gotta practice it. Kind of like everything in this game. If you do it a lot, you'll get pretty good at it pretty quick. Kind of takes a minute to texture his roof, obviously, as you can see. So while I'm doing this, I got a Patreon link down below. If you want to support me, I really appreciate it. Of course, you don't have to, but you know, you get access to every house I built for the channel. So it's like 88, 89 houses so far, because I built one on stream too. So yeah, if you wanna just $3, I'd appreciate it. Again, you don't have to. I got a Discord down below too. Got a cool community forming in there. Kind of up to 100 members, which is pretty cool. So yeah, if you're interested, link down below. And yeah, back to the house here. Get the windows in. Get these like mycelium flower pots with trapdoors around them. I'm liking the way the house is coming along so far. Get all the windows in. Start hanging lanterns and getting like some hanging flower pots in just for some light. Because the shaders I use kind of have like really harsh shadows, so I need a lot of lanterns to kind of fill it up. But I do like the way the shaders look, so it's worth it. House itself is looking pretty good now. Get a bunch of flowers in just for some color, because it's kind of like a pretty dark build. Oh yeah, I like the way it looks. I do a bit of work on like landscaping now. I get magma blocks and like coarse dirt and like dead bushes also around this like lava kind of river. Like it killed the life around it, I guess. It was pretty cool. It doesn't really make much sense. I don't know why there's a lava river and like a mycelium biome and everything, but I like the way it looks. Looks pretty cool. It's pretty unique. Get the staircase up to this kind of like porch, just like a way up because the foundation's kind of high. I really like the way this like spiral kind of staircase. I guess spiral's not the right word. It just like has like a curve to it. Turn, I guess. I like the way it looks. I'll get this quick bridge. Usually I'd use like wood and like campfires. Obviously it doesn't make sense, so I go for like stone with some like pressure plates on the end, kind of like trying to like gradually make it go down. The trapdoor is kind of like the iron ones had a bit too much contrast with it. It was a bit too white, so I decided not to use them. Get a path in here. Put these mushrooms around as well. Kind of in place of like bushes and stuff, since leaves wouldn't make much sense in this biome. I got pumpkins around as well. Just kind of like fits the theme of the build. Kind of like Halloween inspired. I'll probably do another like proper Halloween build on Halloween itself, but you know, for now, I'm liking this one. Get a quick carpet on the staircase. It's about it for the outside. I'm really happy with the way this house looks. Head inside now. Kind of weird interior because like right section, the window is a block higher. It's, you know, this taller thing over on the other side as well. So kind of thinking about where I want the kitchen to go. At first I think here, but then I decided it kind of makes a lot of sense on this higher section. So I'll put a quick kitchen up here. Get these like fences, like it's kind of like a, you know, it's like a raised area. Some candles. Flower pots, fill the space up. Quick like welcome, kind of like, you know, entrance area. Armor stand. I've been dyeing my armor more recently, but you know, kind of orange or black. There's a theme. Quick small like dining space, almost like a table there. Bunch of paintings, some bookshelves, some more candles for some light. This long, almost like hallway kind of section is where I put the actual dining space. You know, like a big, like 3-block table. Get a cake on there. A few flower pots, get some paintings. Just fill the space up. Got this like ladder over there on the right. You can't really see it, but there's a ladder there. I can start with the bedroom. Like the big bed. If I do any bed smaller, like I've seen some comments about the bed. If I do a bed any smaller, it just kind of doesn't fill the space up and it looks very like unnatural to have like this big bedroom with like a 1-block bed. So, got the custom bed. Some paintings. Table with some candles, quick entertainment space. Get a rug in as well, you know, some bookshelves, quick lectern, some lanterns hanging. A couple shelves with like chests and stuff on it, I like the way they look. And yeah, that's really about it. A couple like final details here, hang some stuff, fill the space up. But yeah, that's about it. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed, like the video, subscribe, join the Patreon for just $3, or just, you know, you get all the houses, or you could just do it to support me. Either way, I appreciate it. Join the Discord down below as well. A lot of people talking about stuff in there. And here's a quick world tour. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, this is day 89, building a house every day for 100 days. Real quick, right before we get into it, I just want to thank you guys. We're not quite there, but we may as well be. By the time I upload it, we might have hit it. For 4,000 subscribers, crazy milestone, really appreciate it. A little competition, like you might have saw in the comments, people predicting if I'll hit 5,000 before the series is over, but you know, we'll see. If you want to help out with that, consider subscribing. But let's get into the house. Kind of thinking more like similar palette I used before. Actually, I think almost the exact same block palette I used before on day 59. I'm going for like a cherry kind of roof on it with like a birch, you know, like main block of the house. So we get the foundation in, just kind of getting the shape down. I knew I wanted like 2 front sections with like, you know, the roof's facing the front. I didn't want you to see like the side of the roof on the front of it. Kind of hard to explain, but I think you see what I'm going for with the shape. I'll get the foundation in. I try to use like lighter blocks. So instead of like stone brick, cobblestone, like moss, I go for like stone brick, stone, and andesite. Try to get like a lighter color on it. Kind of matches like the cherry. Overall, just a kind of like a light themed build. You may notice I got a Steve skin for the first like minute and a half of this. I didn't have internet, so sorry about that. Also, game crashes in the middle of it as well, so you'll see like a cut. But yeah, I try. You know, it can't always be perfect. Figuring out where I want the roofs to go, how tall I want them to be. I'll get these two in the front, like I said before. Kind of thinking of this like back section of having the left side be like a bit taller. I wasn't sure how much. I had like ideas of like curving the roof and stuff in my head. That was the cut. Sorry about that. Anyway. Yeah, I had like ideas of like kind of curving the roof down, sloping it, but you'll see. You'll see what ends up. Just getting the frames of everything in. The roof on this house honestly gives me a lot of trouble. It was kind of a nightmare, admittedly, but you know. I think it came out alright. Fill the walls in. I use white wool, which, you know, kind of overused, but I think it fits with a lighter color scheme I'm going for here with like the white, the pink, and the kind of like birch colors. So you'll fill the walls in. Start with the roof. At first, I just kind of filled it with pink wool. It looks really bad until I texture it, so just kind of ignore it. You'll see what it looks like at the end, though. Stick around. But yeah, like for now, looks kind of bad. You see this height difference between like on that left and the right side here. Thinking of curving it. I think it would look good if I curved it well, but for some reason I just kind of didn't really know what to do with it, so I decided to just kind of have it be two separate sections. So I'll make this like extra part of the frame here. Kind of like square off the left side of it. I think I came out pretty good. I think I like the shape of it. It's a bit interesting. You know, fill everything in. Again, pink wool, just kind of a placeholder. I do replace it. Have a lot of trouble down there at that bottom part. Everything just kind of meets up really weird on this house. So it was kind of a lot of just trial and error, a lot of strange stuff with it. Kind of clean up the like structure of the house here. Yeah, I'm liking the way the shape is. It's kind of the shape of the house done. Just not sure what to do with the, like, I have these like stairs coming out of the tops of the roofs and I feel like they look pretty good, but kind of like a bit off to me even still now that the build is done, but decided to keep them. They look alright. They don't look bad or anything. They just look a bit off. I think it's because normally I'd put a fence gate on that, but there's no nether brick fence gate for some reason, so, you know. Start texturing it here. I replace everything with cherry wood, and then at the bottom, I mix in some of the log, because the log is kind of a deeper pink. The cherry planks are kind of like a more pale kind of pink color. So you're just getting the texture in. Not like a whole lot to do with it. At the top, I put like kind of like a highlight pink color of just concrete powder and wool, just like a lot brighter. I like it, makes it pop. I put a bunch of trapdoors all over it. I think that looks good. Not sure, like, I don't know why. I just like the way it looks. I don't really know what it's meant to be or do, but I think it looks pretty good. Come back over, put leaves on it as well. These like cherry leaves. Kind of nice, again, pink color, matches with the rest of the build. Put a couple of them, one on the left, some on the right. Get started figuring out where I want the windows and the door. Just like kind of, when I build the like frame of the house, I feel like the windows kind of, they almost like just position themselves in how the walls break up, really. So, you know, I just kind of know where to put them. I texture it. It's kind of a lighter texturing than I usually do. I don't use diorite really, except for the tops of the windows. I just feel like the brighter colors works better than having like a dark gray of like some of that diorite in there. I make this kind of like overhang over here. I'm not really sure. Like, it just kind of looked weird without anything here, so I put this small roof. It doesn't like reach to the ground or anything. It just kind of hangs there. Get trapdoors and stairs. Kind of start rounding the frame out. Really like the way that looks. Kind of does a lot for the build. Get these window flower pots in. You know, grass under my trapdoors. Kind of a classic. It works like every block palette. You could just use a different trapdoor for it. Get started on this like porch here. Very simple. Just staircase coming from the ground up. Kind of similar to one I did yesterday. Get fence in the bottom. Quick path. Barely any room for a path, but you know, get a path in. These like fences lining the path. I like the way the house coming along so far. I put these like arches on the foundation as well. I decided the trapdoors were a bit much because there's a lot of trapdoors in here, and the birch trapdoor got kind of this like white like square in the middle, which I think looks good, but you could overuse it pretty easily. I'll get some leaves around. I mixed cherry and like normal. I like the way it mixes together. I don't want to use too much pink, but I think it looks pretty good. Obviously, grass and ferns, you know, pretty standard stuff to kind of fill a space up. Hang a bunch of lanterns, hang some flower pots as well. And fill everything up just for color and everything. And yeah, it's kind of the outside of the house about done here. A couple like smaller things I forgot. I put a couple fences in the back there and some lanterns as well, because that like spot kind of has a weird height to it. Hang a few more lanterns, put some like pots and stuff, like a seating area on the porch. Yeah, that's it for the outside here. I think I cleaned up a couple like small things, then head inside. Kind of a big interior space, honestly. I wasn't exactly sure what to do to fill it all, because it kind of like wraps around this like middle section, so it, you know, it's a bit difficult. So I kind of know that I'm gonna have a very open like kind of living space here. You know, get the classic carpet at the front, like a welcome mat. I know I could fit a staircase in here, so, you know, just get that in now, where I kind of left this space without a window in the back there, so that's where I put the staircase. Put a different flooring in for this area that I decided is going to be the kitchen. Like a proper kitchen on the left, you know, with like 2 sinks, smoker, the fridge, of course. Got a lot of space in the middle here, so I put a quick like kitchen island. Kind of adds a lot, breaks up the space a lot too, which was really needed here. Kind of extra like counter space area on the right there. I'll come over here to the left. Finish up the welcome space. Quick armor stand. Decided to dye it just to kind of fit better. Hang some lanterns. Kind of like put an archway there, kind of section it off. Go for pink carpet here, of course. Kind of fits the theme of the build. I moved the island over a bit for space for like a small dining area. This kind of like curved couch. This kind of fits weird, but I get a table in, kind of a bit close to the couch, but nothing really I can do about it. Quick like storage space under the staircase. Obviously a bunch of paintings, lanterns, stuff like that. Fill the space up. Head upstairs. Again, very like strange space. Pretty big space again. I think it's about the same size as the bottom floor. Clean the roof up first because it kind of connected weird. Kind of early on decided to section this one space off. Gonna put a classic room in there, you'll see in a minute. Can't have a house without the legendary room, you know. You'll see. Quick bed area over here. Table, bookshelf. Like an entertainment space. Hang some lanterns up. I got this desk in this corner. Just figured it fit really well. Hang some more lanterns. Hang a bunch of flower pots as well. Kind of add some color to the space. I'll come back and put a few more paintings in here in a minute. I kind of forgot, but yeah, I'll put a couple. And finally, the classic, much anticipated, the gambling room. Can't have a house without a gambling room. The dream house. Quick like roulette table, a couple like slot machines, of course. Carpet in. A couple plants, some lanterns, some flower pots. Do a couple small details around the house in these last few seconds here, but yeah, that's about it. Thanks for watching. If you want to download almost, I think it actually is 90 houses now. It's just $3 on the Patreon. I really appreciate it. Join the Discord down below. Got a really cool community in there. A lot of people talking there. Give like build advice and feedback and stuff. Like send each other builds, that kind of stuff. But yeah, I really appreciate it. Thanks for sticking to the end of the video. And yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, this is day 90 of building a house every day for 100 days. Real quick before we get into this one, I just thank you guys for all the support recently. I didn't think I would get this far into this series, but I did, and that's, a lot of that is because a lot of people watched it. I got a lot more support on this series than I expected, so yeah, this is the last house before I enter the final 10 days of this challenge, so I just want to thank everyone. Let's get into it here though. I start with this landscape. I decided to rotate it because I didn't really like the way it was facing. Kind of preferred it like this. These are placeholder blocks, obviously. I'm just filling everything in here. Getting kind of the shape I want. Red wool is gonna be stone, and the green is gonna be dirt and grass kind of blocks. But yeah, we fill everything in. I replace it all with world edit. And yeah, I'm really liking the shape here already. I had an idea in my head and a block palette in my mind. For any long-time viewers of the channel, you may remember day 6 and day 15. Day 6 kind of a bit special. It was the first video of this series that kind of blew up a little bit. It's still one of the most viewed videos from it. It's getting passed now a lot, but I really appreciate the support I got on that house back then. So kind of decided to come back to the block palette. Decide I could definitely do a lot better with I could do it more justice now, basically. So I decided to go back to the same kind of block palette I used back then. I'll link that one down below if I remember it. Day 6 is kind of the main one, but day 15 I did a similar thing. So we're kind of forming the shape of the frame of the house here. For those who don't know, the palette was acacia and blue copper for the roof. I guess it's oxidized copper and weathered copper for the roof. Sticking the frame of the house in. I had basically no plan going into this other than the block palette. I didn't even know I was going to build this cliff, but I just kind of decided to do it as I went. So yeah, we're getting the shape of everything in. As I'm building the frame here though, for those who don't know, I got a Patreon. For just $3 a month, you get access to, it's 91 houses now, because there's one house that's not in this series. I built it on stream. But yeah, just $3 a month and you get access to 90 plus houses, so I really appreciate it. I try to update with new houses every day, but I forget, but or if you just want to support me, I'd really appreciate it. Either way, check out the Patreon. But back to the house here though, I start filling everything in. Acacia for now, I texture it with stripped wood later, but we're just filling it with the planks. I'm really happy with the shape of this house. Something about it, this tall section with this kind of weird, it all meets up together. I haven't done this kind of roof in a minute either. There's these 3 different overhangs. There's one for the porch, and there's one on the left in the front, and there's one on the left side. I just really like the way they look. They look pretty good. I don't remember if I do one on the back. I don't think I do. Just getting all the shape of everything in, cleaning up the kind of foundation, clean up the frame, getting ready to texture. So I start texturing the roof here. Nothing too fancy. I just kind of mix the next stage, the closest stage. I don't remember the names of the copper stages, my bad. If you do know, off the top of your head, maybe let me know in the comments. Maybe I'm just dumb. But I fill those in with the slightly less oxidized one. The way it looks, kind of brings a different bit of weatheredness, different color to it. Looks more real in a way. Come back down to the bottom here. The front, sorry. I know I want to put something here because this section of the window, this section of the roof, kind of looks a bit empty, so I know I'm going to put a window here. Obviously put a railing on the porch. I knew I was going to do that the whole time, but get that in. Just get it out of the way. Head on to the back. I get that kind of overhang. I decided to build I basically moved this whole section of the roof over by a block, like, you know, whirled it, of course. And I just kind of like refill it in. Just to make it so this window thing I built in the front is like symmetrical with like the bottom part. It's pretty obvious. What I mean, if you look at it, it wasn't centered before, now it is. I get these kind of like front, like in front of the windows. I get these like windows, like flower pots. I never know what to call them because they're not actually flower pots because Minecraft has a flower pot block, obviously. But you know, they're like window flower pots. I start texturing the frame here of the roof. Before I had it just all andesite, mixed in some polished andesite, some stone brick, and some stone. Just like the way these kind of look. Without it, it looks very flat, in my opinion. This kind of just helps it pop. Get started down here with this like staircase. Just kind of like, because it's on a cliff. I didn't really think about this as I was building it, but you know, you need a way up. Look at this pretty like simple staircase in. I like the way it looks. I think it, I don't know. I know a lot of people hate acacia. Every time I use it, I get comments that are just saying too much acacia. You know, acacia's bad, but I personally like recently have been really liking it. House 10 days before this, you occasionally get glances of has an acacia roof. So, you know, I've liked the orange. It looks pretty good in my opinion. You know, get some fences under there, get everything finished up, and I get started on this tree. I usually hate building in a savanna biome, but as you probably could tell, I changed the biome for this build because it kind of fits more with the palette. But I do kind of like, I think it might be more of the shaders, honestly. It kind of gives the tree a bit more of a yellow look to it, almost like it's fall. Which I didn't really intend when I was building it, but I do like the way it looks. I get a bunch of grass and tall grass around the whole build, just kind of like blend into the environment. Again, make it feel like it's actually in a savanna. Some like savanna cliffside kind of house. Fill the flower pots in just for some color. Bunch of lanterns, hanging flower pots as well. Which really helps fill the space up. Back was looking a little empty here. I was kind of thinking of what to do with it. What to do with like all these empty spaces. So I just put like an extra window here. I put these like fences, stairs, and trapdoors. They kind of just help fill it up. Add a bit more depth to it, a bit more detail. Couple more lanterns. Put dandelions around. I don't think I've ever used them ever in this series, but I think like, I don't know if they actually generate in savannas or not, but I feel like the yellow flower just fits. And inside, very like pretty small interior, honestly. Especially this bottom floor is just kind of hallway shaped. Started with just armor stand, candles. I know I'm gonna put a kitchen over here because there's not really anywhere else to put it. Section the space off so the fridge isn't like in front of a window. Look at this dining space. Carry the carpet through. Blue and orange just matches really well. The cyan with the acacia. I get a ladder in to get upstairs. Bunch of paintings. Couple more flower pots. Head upstairs now. Again, pretty small space, but it's a bit better up here since the roof kind of leads to like these two extra blocks on the sides, which I fill with a desk on the left and then like a bookshelf area on the right. Quick lectern. Hang some more lanterns up. Kind of section off this space behind the camera here. So to make like sitting area, I guess like it could be a dining space, but you know, it's like a table. Put a ladder up to this like random extra room, which I put a really quick like entertainment space in. And yeah, that's about it. Plug some shelves up, small details, and yeah, that's about it. Thanks for watching. Subscribe if you enjoyed. I really appreciate the support on the series. We're about to enter the last 10 days, so I don't think you want to miss that. Subscribe. And yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, this is day 91 of building a house every day for 100 days. Real quick before we get into it, I just want to thank you guys for all the support on the series. It's officially the beginning of the final 10 houses. I did not think I was going to make it here, but you know, here we are. You might notice I made the plots a little bit bigger. I believe they're 25 across now instead of 21. Just needed a bit more room for this house specifically, so I decided like I may as well increase it. Oh yeah, let's get into the house. Get this kind of like really gradual hill here for the landscape. You saw from the thumbnail. I'm gonna put like, you know, I had a plan for this front part. I mean, you'll see if you didn't look at the thumbnail, but you know, I had a plan for the front. So let's get the frame of the house in. I go for spruce. I don't use spruce a whole lot in this series, but you know, reason here. Just gonna spruce frame. I'll get the dark oak frame for the roof in. Kind of messed around with a few different shapes for it. I'm not super happy with it at first, but I like the way it looks. Other than like block palette, I actually had a pretty specific shape in mind for this house, which I don't usually have, but you know, I think it was a good idea. Sometimes like the shape of the house just kind of comes to me, sometimes it doesn't, but you know, this time I knew what I was building before I got into it. Finish up getting the frame in. Clear up this middle. Usually I'd have like a log going up this like middle part of the front. I don't have it this time because I knew I was going to put like a circular window in there, so I just leave that empty. Start filling in the roof. Black I've never used even once ever on the roofs. This entire series is cyan wool. Never seen it on my channel ever. If you say you do, you're lying. Get that in. You know, fill it in. I know I'm going to put like a tower somewhere here. I wasn't exactly sure where yet, but you know, I knew there was going to be like another section of house. Get the doors and windows in, just like the shape of them. You know, circular window, like I said in the front there. Get started on like my initial like place where I figured I was gonna put the tower. Just kind of looked wrong there, so you know, you'll see. I move it if you didn't notice from like the thumbnail of the house. But, you know, I move it to the other side in a minute. As I'm struggling to build this tower. If you want to download every house I built for this channel, it's just $3 at the link down below on the Patreon. If I really appreciate the support. Or just if you want to join to support me in general and you don't care about the houses, that's fine too. Yeah, I'd really appreciate it. $8 you get like a request for the next house I build. But yeah. Thank you. Also link for the Discord down below. Probably should plug that. People talk about stuff in there. Cool talks, like people send them like Minecraft houses they're working on. For like suggestions and stuff, so you know, if you're interested, link down below. And yeah, let's get back to the house. Texture the roof here. I do the same thing as usual, just like cyan, concrete, and terracotta. Not terracotta, sorry, concrete and concrete powder along with the wool. Just brings a nice little difference of like texture in it. So I'm just doing that. Add like small details on the frame of the house. I had like stairs and trapdoors, kind of curved the frame a bit. Get these windows on this tower. Tower is basically like purely decorative. There's like no room in it, so you can't really go in it. You know, get the windows in, like the door and stuff. Get started on this like front kind of like porch, sort of like staircase thing. Get the train track in, which you know you might have seen from the thumbnail. First, I think like maybe 2 block separation, but 1 block just looks way better, so I settle on 1 block. Not sure exactly what this house really is, because it's like my initial idea was kind of a train station, but it just kind of evolved in this like weird house with a train track in front of it. I don't know, like maybe it's like some kind of like repurposed train station or something. Maybe it's an abandoned train track. I have no idea. All I know is I don't know how to build a train, so there's no train on it. I did think about it though, but yeah, I figured it's not worth it. Not worth the struggle. It's kind of like staircase in. I like the the symmetry of it. It looks pretty cool. Just fill everything in. Just like stairs, trapdoors and stuff. Kind of fill it out, add a bit of detail to it. I'm liking the way the house looks so far. My initial plan was kind of have a chimney on one side of this house, but it's kind of already big enough and it's very like busy, and I feel like if I added anything else, you wouldn't even be able to really tell it was there from like a lot of angles, so I just kind of left it off. I had a bunch of trapdoors and stuff. These like window flower pots. Can't really see from the shadow, but you know, a bunch of leaves around. Make it look like grown in. I imagine this build is kind of like in like a forest. Like maybe some kind of opening in the forest or something. Get a bunch of grass, like tall grass in, fill a space up. Build's really coming together now. Definitely decide, get the custom tree, of course. As always, custom tree goat. Shout out to Wavy Brody. The #1 custom tree glazer. But yeah, get the custom tree in. And yeah, the build is really coming along now. Start getting lanterns in and stuff here. Just needs like a lot of light to make it look good with the shaders, really. Get this fence in by the train track. I just figure it makes sense, like so people, I guess, don't walk into it, but build the space up nicely too. Fill the flower pots finally. Just like get a bunch of color. Look at the back here, you know, flower pots, bunch of hanging stuff. I like the hanging lanterns and flower pots just look interesting. Even if they don't really make sense, like why, like if you're really stop to think about it, why is there a flower pot dangling from this like 15-meter high, like a roof? I don't know, but I think it looks good. Just finishing up things at the outside here. Basically done. I put like this carpeting kind of stuff in. Again, kind of feels like a train station. Like maybe it was like converted just into a house or something. I really don't know. I don't know the logic here. I just think it looks good. So we come inside. Get a bunch of lanterns in for some temporary light. Kind of a pretty small interior, honestly, for how like big the house looks on the outside. It's a weird shape too. Kind of like hallway shaped and like a bit wider in the middle, so you can't really fit a whole lot in here. Of course, get the kitchen with a fridge. Like these shelves in. Some candles, some flower pots, like the usual stuff I use to kind of fill a space up. Get this dining area here on the left with like this table. It's like entertainment space behind me here. Really just try to like, the biggest tip I can give you for doing an interior is just try and fill like every space. Even if there's like a couple blocks that look kind of empty, it'll really stand out and it'll really look empty. So you really gotta make sure you fill it all. Like, you know, putting paintings, lanterns, flower pots, bookshelves, that kind of stuff. Just really gotta fill everything up. Yeah, it's better for the bottom floor. Do a bit of different texturing at like the kitchen. But yeah, that's it for down here. Head upstairs. Obviously bedroom kind of area. Quick like double bed over here. You know, trapdoors like the foot of the bed. Candles. The tower is above that lantern there. It's kind of like a skylight almost, because there's no really like reasonable use for it, because there's just no room. Get this desk over here on this side. The double monitor setup. Over here we got like an entertainment space. Sorry, a dining space actually. My bad. No, human, make mistakes. Get some paintings up. And yeah, that's really about it. Cameras on the floor, of course, you know, why not? Why wouldn't it be? But yeah, that's about it. Check out the Patreon if you want to download 90 houses. I'd really appreciate it. $3, I'd appreciate the support. Join the Discord. Check out Minecraft server, southside.us. That'll be pretty cool if it works. Sometimes it's down, I don't know. But yeah, thanks for watching, subscribe, and yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. Hello everyone, this is day 92, building a house every day for 100 days. Real quick before we get into this one, I just want to thank my two newest patrons, Francisco and I'm Lunar. I really appreciate it. This first house is dedicated to Francisco, and the next one will be dedicated to I'm Lunar. So yeah, if you want a house dedicated to yourself, just $3 down below. It's just $8 then if you want to get the second tier, which lets you choose the theme. But yeah, let's get into it. It's Halloween, so happy Halloween to everyone watching. Kind of knew I had to do something at least kind of Halloween themed. I wasn't exactly sure what though. You can kind of see me struggling here with the plans for the build, but I got like kind of an idea in my head, but yeah, we'll see as I build it. I get the frame in for like the main front part of the house and this back part, which gets like a little bit wider. And these two like sections on the left and right. In my head, I was gonna put like two separate towers there, almost castle-like, but not really. But you'll see how it comes out. So get the frame in. I know I'm gonna go for kind of a similar block palette to the house you could just barely see on the left there. Forget what day it was, day 81, I believe. Yeah, it's a house, day 81, which was like this black roof with like spruce, dark oak. So I'm just kind of filling the frame in here. I know I'm gonna have the foundation as well, stone bricks. I go back and texture that in a bit. Shape is really weird. Just not really sure how I'm supposed to connect these like kind of towers. I honestly didn't think this through like at all. I just kind of knew I wanted these towers. So I just ignore it, basically. That's what I do every time. If I don't know what I'm doing with something, I just completely ignore the problem and I come back to it. So I start filling everything in here, and then I can come back to towers. Fill it in. I decided to move it forward so I could fit some stuff on the back. First, I kind of think maybe the towers can be almost in the back of the house. It was just doing a lot of thinking on how they're going to connect. They're also too big here. I don't know what I was doing. So again, I ignore the problem and I start working on some other stuff. I just fill the roof in with black wool for now. I know we're going to come back and texture it, do a whole gradient and everything with it after. Come back to the towers. Unfortunately, I do actually have to build these. So I finally kind of settle on the position I'm actually going to use for them. I decided to put a third one in as well, which wasn't really in the initial plan, but I think it kind of evened everything out a bit. I decided to kind of extend the roof out a little bit more to just connect to the towers. I think this was a good call. It looked kind of bad without it. It looked really unnatural. Just fixes a lot of problems by doing this. Makes everything a lot easier, really. So just fix everything here, head to the back and do the same. Come back over to the front here. Liking the shape of the house. Obviously the red wool is placeholder, but I'm sure you can assume that. I get this kind of like section on the back just because I figure the back looked really empty, and this also helped hide where the tower connected to the ground, which just kind of like fixed a lot of issues because it connected really weird. So just put that up, cover it. It's kind of like what a lot of building is. You're just like noticing a problem and you're thinking of the easiest like solution to it. I get these like kind of like frames in front. I put the tower on this, very similar to, I believe it was day 60, the towers on this house. I just set them to stone. Start figuring out the gradient I want to use for this. Gradient, it's very worth it to do a gradient, but like I feel like I say this often, it just takes forever. So we get to the gradient here. Start with tough, and then take it up to cobble, and then stone bricks and cracked stone bricks, stone, andesite, and then at the top, we use the lightest gray block, which is like light gray concrete powder, sorry. It looks pretty good, but again, just takes forever. So left one's done, head over to the right one here. I know I want to avoid like copy and pasting it, so I gotta do a whole unique texture on this one as well, which just takes a minute. But I'm pretty happy with the way it looks. I think it's really worth learning how to do gradients. It just helps a lot. It makes a lot of builds look way better. And this middle tower, which is like not a full tower, so wasn't too worried about this one. It's a lot shorter. See, it's 3 towers kind of in. Happy with the way it looks. Head up, I get just like this kind of spike on them, like the top of the tower. It's making me in a point. Pretty like standard shape. I feel like I use this exact shape a lot. Maybe not a lot, but like a good amount in houses. Some trapdoors. some extra detail, put a wall on top. Then I paste on the other ones and like rotate it. It's just not much of a point in building it 3 times, I'm gonna be honest. So just, you know, save a bit of time. Finally come down here and start this, which is kind of a nightmare. Texturing the roof here. I'm not really a fan of doing this, but you know, especially since it's like this weird block palette. It's got like concrete powder in it, so it kind of falls. It's just kind of annoying to work with, but I fill it in. It's just concrete and then coal block. Then we get concrete powder, deep slate, and then, you know, lighter deep slate. As I'm doing this, for those interested, you know, there's a Patreon link down below, $3. I might have already plugged it this video, but you know, a couple things to promote for a second here while I'm doing this. I just got a Discord, basically. I'd really appreciate if you join that. We got a cool community forming over there. So yeah, Patreon, Discord, gonna be linked down below. But you know, finish with the roof. I get those anvils in, kind of. I don't know exactly what to call them, but they're just like these intricate details on top, and I like the way they look. Get these windows here on the left and right as well. Gotta use the debug stick to make the glass connect, but I think it's worth it. It looks pretty cool. Come back down to like the main part of the house. With this frame here, I kind of curve it with stairs and trapdoors, and also get these windows in. I just feel like adds a lot to it. Kind of makes just the frame like flow better, if that makes sense. Got a nice naturally kind of curve to it. If you don't do it, it looks just too angular and like square. I decided on the left and right sides with the tower to like just kind of extend like a roof over it. Doesn't really connect to anything. Probably doesn't make much sense, but honestly, I just feel like it was worth it. It helped it a lot. Kind of just, it looks less empty now on the sides of the towers, and they look like they belong more. So I'm pretty happy I did that. Get a really quick porch in the front. Nothing like too fancy. Definitely a lot simpler than like the porch you can see over there on the left on the last house, which maybe I'll link that down below. They're all on a playlist if you want to see that. That should also be linked down below. Like 93 videos now, 92 videos. But yeah, dig these like flower pots around the back with like trapdoors around them. So a lot of like really simple, like small details. Just they really add together to make the whole house itself way more interesting. Get a bunch of lanterns in. Obviously some flower pots too. Just light the space up. Especially since I'm using like a darker block palette here. You kind of really need the lanterns in there to light it up. If you don't, it kind of just looks very dark, especially with shaders. Without shaders, it looks pretty good, but you know, it's a YouTube video, so I'm using shaders. So, you know, you need a lot of lanterns. Oh yeah, it's like the structure of the house itself mostly done. Not a whole lot to do with the like actual build. I got a path in at the front. Texture the foundation really quick. It's just mossy cobble, mossy stone bricks, and a bit of cracked stone bricks. Bit of moss in there too. Add some leaves around it. Pretty simple. Blend it into the terrain a bit more. Some grass. A few ferns as well, tall grass, that kind of stuff. Just fill the space out. Head over to the left. Get just a really quick custom tree in. Really simple to build, only takes about a minute. Adds a lot to it in my opinion. Just make sure there's a lot of air blocks, like not too cylindrical shaped. Azalea leaves on the top, spruce on the bottom. I get some fences and fence gates in there, and it's just a pretty simple tree. I'll get some fences to line the path over there on the right. They don't have to meet up or anything. I think it looks better if they don't actually meet up. I'll get a quick sign dedicating it to my patron, Francisco. Appreciate it. Start on the interior here. It's pretty... I don't want to say it's a simple interior. It's just not anything too weird. Once I kind of clean the space up, it becomes pretty obvious what I'm going to do with it. But it's just, you know, a lot of random blocks in here, a lot of weird shapes. So, you know, just clear it out, get the ceiling in. Obviously the floor, dark oak. Works well with the spruce. Get this quick welcome area. Some bookshelves. Head outside real quick because I forgot earlier. Put some pumpkins around. This is kind of the Halloween episode, so need some pumpkins. I was planning on doing that earlier, but just kind of slipped my mind. Yeah, head back inside. Get an armor stand. Add some like orange armor to it. Just kind of fits. Some black on there too. You don't see anything here. Definitely not doing anything weird. You know, there's no way to choose the cat without commands. So unfortunately, I just had to kill like 10 cats to get this one. But I figured the black cat kind of fit. Made sense with the build. Head back over to this kind of main space. Decide that these like 2 towers just kind of made sense to have 2 spiral staircases to get to the top floor. So it's just kind of symmetrical. I like the way it looks. Made sense. Get this kitchen in. Kind of like enclose it a bit. This was kind of a weird shape. Just kind of fill the space up a bit. Can't really see what I'm doing right now. But I was putting some plants around. Get this black carpet on the left. On the right here, I get this orange carpet. I just think it kind of... It was kind of a nice, like, just random, unique part of this build to have, like, the 2 different colors featured on the inside on the carpet. Make this right side, this entertainment space. I was going for a different painting, but I remembered, you know, Halloween build, and that thing has, like, a skeleton on it, so I figured it fit. Color looked nice, too. Over here on the left, we got, like, a dining area. I moved the spiral staircase like a block, so it kind of fits better, because it was kind of coming out weird. Bunch of paintings, some flower pots, like pressure plates and stuff. Armor stand under there, kind of like storage stuff under the staircases. And yeah, we head upstairs. Pretty simple upstairs as well. I feel like I left this interior maybe a little emptier than I usually would. I feel like maybe I should have sectioned the space off a bit more. I'm not exactly sure. It's kind of just a weird shape with the roof. But yeah. The carpet, carry the same 2 colors up. I just wanted to keep that kind of theme up here. Over here is the bed area. Same 2 colors, obviously, for Halloween. Get the correct cat on the first try this time, which is pretty cool, you know. Didn't have to kill any cats for this. Gonna put like a black candle up there, match the cat, and like the wool and everything. Couple more lanterns to light the ceiling up. Entertainment space. The classic fighter painting. You know, as you do. Just kind of like the way it looked with a bunch of like lanterns hanging from the ceiling, because like the ceiling was very like, you know, it's obviously like black blocks, so it just kind of like looks dark no matter how much light you put there. So I feel like the lanterns kind of looked interesting. I decided to use these like 2 individual towers, mostly just for the way they look on the outside with like colorful bookshelves and stuff in it. It looks better on the outside if you could kind of see into those like sections. So I put a bunch of bookshelves in there, a bunch of paintings, just color and light really to just make it look better on the outside. Spam a bunch of paintings on the inside. I kind of forgot to do that. And yeah, that's really about it. If you enjoyed, make sure to subscribe. I really appreciate the support recently. Channel's been doing really well. I like the video too, you know, YouTube algorithm stuff. Maybe drop a comment. You can leave suggestions down below too. I follow some of them. Check out the Patreon. Just $3. You get access to, well, it'll be 100 houses when I'm finished with the series. You get access to everything on the channel. And yeah, I'll see you guys next one. Thanks for watching. Join the Discord. Yeah, do that. Hello everyone, this is day 93, building a house every day for 100 days. Just getting a note here, kind of get this like landscape in. I had this idea for this house. I was kind of working off a bit of like a reference image I found of like some kind of like concept art for some kind of like fantasy type house. I don't really know. I'll put it on screen if I remember when I'm editing. But yeah, it kind of was my idea for it. Just getting the layout here. As I'm doing this, you know, thank you guys for the support recently. I really appreciate it. Channel's been doing really well. This house is dedicated to my newest Patreon member. I'm Lunar. Really appreciate it. If you want a house dedicated to you, it's just $3 a month, where you get access to all the houses and everything. So yeah. Back to the house here though. Get this like pan, and I don't know why I'm over here, to be honest. But yeah, we're just filming the house here. I use like white wool as kind of a placeholder. I'm sure you saw from the thumbnail, kind of like a white base for the house with like red roof and red kind of like accents and stuff like that. So I'm just getting the shape in. Going for like mangrove here. I didn't sit on like the final block palette. I really don't use mangrove except for the frame by the end of this. Yeah, I'm just filling everything in. It's kind of like it's a pretty big house. Feels like there's a lot of wall to texture, basically. I mean, you'll see in a minute here. Because, you know, all those white areas, I'm going to have to texture. I'm going to have to go back. But I'm just getting the frame of the roof in for now. Kind of get this, like, thing on the left. I'm not actually sure what to call it. Like, it just kind of comes out a bit more out of the wall. Over here on the right, we have this smaller area. I already know I'm going to make that, like, kind of like a shed when I get to the interior. Maybe not a shed, like a storage area. Like, don't know exactly, but, you know, I think you get the idea. Start filling the roof. Like I said earlier, I go for mangrove at first, and I kind of figure I'm going to texture it, like gradient it up. But as you'll see in a second, it just looks really bad, honestly. I think it's because it also has mangrove on the frame, so it just doesn't look good. You can see that house on the right over there, where I did like a similar thing, except it has a spruce frame on it. And it looked way better there, but I think with the mangrove frame, it just looks really wrong. I didn't want to use spruce for the frame of the house on this one. I wanted to try to keep it mostly red on the top. So yeah, I use this back section as kind of like a testing area for it, of just all red, and it just looks way better. So decided to just go back to the front, remove the mangrove, and just texture it. I use concrete and concrete powder. Just looks way better, in my opinion. I'll come back over to the back, just keep the texturing up. I'll get this like small part on the bottom here. Had like a weird roof. I kind of have to make it one block centered, even though it shouldn't really matter that much, but it just looks really wrong because it'll have two blocks on the top that are kind of flat with each other. So if I do that, it just doesn't look too good if you look too closely at it. Texture this kind of like front, I guess it's like covered porch kind of area. I don't know exactly what to call it. Get this extra roof section on the top. Just knew I wanted this here. It fills the roof up nicely. Kind of fits with the concept image I was using too. If you can't think of ideas for a house, I'd highly just recommend just looking around, trying to find stuff that inspires you. You know, don't be ashamed to kind of use other builds as inspiration, or other like drawings and like mediums of art as inspiration, because it can help. You can make a cool thing out of it. I don't always use it though. I feel like a lot of the times the ideas, I just kind of pull them out of thin air. Like the last two houses specifically, I just kind of just came to me. But yeah, back to this house here. Start the texturing. Takes kind of ages, admittedly. Polished diorite, normal diorite, calcite, white wool, and white concrete powder. Kind of like the classics for this. You kind of use like the diorite and like the darker blocks in general, almost like a shadow, but not really like completely a shadow. Just like, I try not to use them in the middle, I guess is what I'm trying to say, because I feel like they just kind of stand out too much if you use them on like the just center of a wall. So I try to keep them in like corners, like top and bottom. I feel like it looks good, almost like more organic kind of weathering. But it doesn't really have to even just be weathering. Like it doesn't, don't have to use it in like a ruined kind of way. It just helps break it up in general, which I really like. Finally finished texturing. This is a good time. If you want to support me, I got a Patreon link down below. I'd really appreciate it. You get access to everything I build for the channel, including this house and all the ones you see around this one. I'd really appreciate it. Also got a Discord down below if you want to join. There'll be a link in the description. A lot of cool people in there talk about Minecraft, that kind of stuff. But yeah, back to the house here. I'm getting the windows in. I know I want to use a lot of spruce as like the kind of like accent color to the white and the red. Just like the way it looks. I feel like I use spruce pretty heavily in like all my houses. I feel like very few have no spruce in them, if any. So I'm just getting like the railings in for this porch. Kind of wrap it around. Some windows in on like the side thing here. Move the dirt around it too. It's just kind of lined up weird with the landscape. Out of my last like maybe like 30 or even almost 40 houses now, this one probably has like the least landscaping since I believe it was like day 55, 57 I think maybe I started doing landscaping with it. Let's go really light on the landscape on this one. I kind of let the house speak for itself here. Pretty happy with how it came out in the end though. Get these windows on the side. It's kind of getting really complicated. I got all these different height windows on this house here. So I decided to head inside, which I don't usually do here. I just get the floors in to figure out where I want to put the windows, because the interior and the exterior of the house aren't really separate. like pretty much ever. Like you might think like you build an exterior, then you build an interior, but you kind of have to build both with like the other one in mind. So you build the exterior, you know, you're putting the windows in, and you got to think of how they'll line up on the interior and what kind of stuff you'll put on the inside. Like I've made this large stained glass kind of thing here, and I knew that meant I had to have a loft in the inside because I couldn't have a floor against that. So either a loft or like a tall ceiling. Either way though, I think the interior was coming along nicely, like the plan I had for it. I had something in my head. I'll see that at the end of the video. Start working on some other stuff. Get like, I don't really know what to call it. Like I get like spruce fences underneath parts of the roof to like hang stuff off of. Get a bunch of lanterns in, some flower pots as well. Again, just kind of fill the space up, get some light in. Make sure to not leave any area looking too empty. You kind of need to like evenly detail everywhere or it looks really wrong. Get these bushes in. In the front, I kind of keep them very like square and straight, almost like hedges, I guess. Like trimmed and like maintained. It's like a nice house, you know, it's like a fancy house. Get the door in to like that right thing. I know in the front, I'm gonna put this like large, like rounded door. You might kind of be able to see it there. I'll fill all the pots in. A lot of red and orange and green. I just feel like that kind of matched the color scheme the best. So I get all the flowers in. Some saplings. And yeah, it's kind of outside of like the house itself. Really almost done here. Put a few more smaller things around, fill space up. Get these like trapdoors and signs just for some more spruce to break up the white a bit. Right down here, get the door in. Go for this like 4 tall door. I like the way it looks. Some more flowers, add some more stuff in there. Get the sign in. The sign is the sign for my Patreon member, my newest patron. I'm Lunar. Really appreciate the support. Doing a house dedicated to you. Again, like I said earlier, just $3. I'd really appreciate it. But honestly, just watching and subscribing, more than enough. I appreciate everyone who made it this far in the video, to be honest. But yeah, to the back here, I get this cook tree in. Really like the way this tree looks for some reason. I'm not sure if it's like the height or just like the leaf placement. I just think it looks really good. And I'll put another one in a second here. I got a tree tutorial on my channel. It's like a short. I don't know if it really is that much of a tutorial or just like a build, but you know, it's kind of a tutorial. Yep, get this other tree in the front on the left here. Kind of like smaller trees than I usually do, but I like the way they look. Spruce at the bottom, oak in the middle, and azalea leaves at the top. Kind of just makes like a nice gradient of color. And yeah, it's the outside pretty much done, I think, unless I'm missing something. So we head inside. Kind of a big interior, honestly. I wasn't exactly sure what to do with like all the space in here, even though earlier I was saying I kind of had a plan for it, but still some questions in my head here. Like there's a lot of room down here and I wasn't sure what to fill it with. Obviously the kitchen and like the fridge and everything, very self-explanatory. I know I always put that basically in like the back window. It just feels natural. Get this kind of like island thing, but like I don't know if it's really an island because it's touching a wall. I guess kind of just counter space. Some bookshelves are on the door. Kind of add some color, fill the space up. Some carpeting, kind of like an entertainment area over there. Dining space on the left. Kind of knew I was going to do that with this long window. Like I said earlier, the interior and the exterior kind of like work together. Put a lot of stuff in front of the windows that like complement the space of it, I guess is how it's it. Kind of turn this into almost like a plant room, garage. I guess not a garage, like work area. I don't really know what to call it. It's garage without the garage part, I guess. Some shelves up, some chests, barrels. Get this like hanging light thing. Get grow light. Didn't know what to do with this space. Decided it was a good spot for like a staircase instead of using a ladder. So get the spiral staircase up. It's a bit cramped, but I like it. It's pretty good. Some plants up to fill the space. Couple lanterns. Add some light. Go through and put some paintings around. Just kind of fill the walls up. Make it look a bit less empty. More like lived in. Put another like counter here. Yeah, that's it for the bottom floor. Pretty happy with how it came out. Head upstairs to the second floor now. Carry the staircase all the way up. Get this kind of loft in above. There's a cut in the replay there, my bad. Forgot I had it paused, but yeah, get this reading area. Get this kind of like entertainment space. I got a big TV with this weird painting that I don't think I've ever used in the series before. A couple armor stands. Really liking the way it's coming out so far. Again, like I said earlier, interior, exterior kind of work together. Got this like large window there on the left, which made it so I couldn't bring the loft over, but I think that was actually a good thing because I think the window adds a lot to the interior as well as the exterior. Head over here. Windows are kind of weird heights, but I think it's fine. Got like a desk area, a bed over there on the left. I don't know if you could really see it. Like a mini fridge. That's about it for this floor. Some more lights. I come down, I put more paintings up, I think, in a minute. Head up to the third floor, just a loft. Really like the way this interior came out, honestly. I was kind of dreading doing it when I was building the house because it's a lot of space, but I think it came out pretty good. Bookshelves are on the bed, kind of trying to make it like cozy and like full. Another large painting here. Some armor stands, like clothing, I guess. Candles, lanterns, hang some flower pots up. Get a few paintings to kind of fill the walls. Kind of like section the space off a little bit with that support beam. I think it looks really good. I like the way it looks. Just add some more color in there. Some brown to kind of contrast with the red and the white. At least in my head, that's what it does. I don't know. Some more paintings up. And yeah, that's about it. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed, I'd appreciate it if you subscribed. House is dedicated to my newest Patreon member. I'm Lunar. I really appreciate it. If you want a house dedicated to you, $3. Patreon link down below. Join the Discord as well. Really appreciate it. And yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, this is day 94, building a house every day for 100 days. Let's get it here. I kind of decided to go for like a bit different of a house. Usually I go for these like, kind of like really like fantasy kind of style, like tall roof, kind of like colorful stuff. So I decided kind of like take a different approach here. Probably saw it from the thumbnail. So I'm just gonna get the landscape in, get this like hill, and then where the red is gonna be like a kind of steeper mountain kind of area. Kind of like a cliffside, but you know, pretty small. I don't want too much height on it. The landscape in, obviously these are placeholder blocks for those who haven't seen the channel before. You know, I use world edits to replace it. Just getting the shape in. Kind of get the dirt and the grass. I like the overhang I do on the cliff here. Kind of do a similar one every time, but I feel like it's very simple to have the kind of dirt and the grass overhang a bit. It makes it look way better. Kind of mixing some coarse dirt in there too. Start getting the outline of where I want the house to go. I know with this kind of like L shape. Just testing out the roof. I don't want to do a more like curved, kind of flat roof on this one. Start filling it in. I definitely like, wasn't sure where I was going with this house for most of the build. Like it's kind of like, definitely like a trust the process kind of house. Like it looks pretty bad until I'm done with it. So you just gotta keep watching and like, you know, I promise it gets good eventually. Even if it's not great now. Use sandstone. Go for this like spruce slab kind of roof on it. Get a couple like overhangs as well, just kind of break it up. Just getting kind of the shape of everything before I actually fill it in, just to make sure I'm like happy with it. Figuring out where I want the windows to go as well. I know at least the bottom floor, I want to have kind of a lot of windows on it. Fill everything in here, get the top section all like filled out. Fill the roof in. These like window flower pots, that kind of stuff. I know for the bottom floor, I'm gonna kind of make it more of like less of a house and more of, I wasn't sure if I was gonna do a restaurant or like a shop yet. I do end up settling on kind of a restaurant. Get these kind of overhangs in. It's very like sandstone heavy right now, so I know I'm gonna have to break it up. A lot of windows, a lot of trap doors, fence gates, that kind of stuff. Get this like stone path around it. Move the whole thing back a block just so I have more space in the front. It was kind of too far forward, in my opinion. I'm liking the way it's coming out so far, but there are a few things that I really didn't like. The roof was kind of, I don't know how to explain it. It was on like the wrong height of a slab, so I couldn't like detail the underside of it. So I moved it all up by half a block. Makes a big difference, you'll see in a second. So now I can put these fence gates underneath it. Kind of fills the space up more. It looks just way better, in my opinion. Add some supports for the like overhang. Get some like flower pot things in front of the windows. Still looks pretty bad, but it's starting to kind of come along now. Get more windows on the side. I know at the top to kind of be like a living space, so I put more windows up there. But the windows at the top, I kind of use like glass more on the top, I think. I try not to use too much glass on this one either. I feel like it just kind of like fits better to use other things to fill the windows up. I do the same thing with this roof where I raise it up just to kind of fit details underneath it. So I can put the fence gates, just kind of makes it fit way more. But yeah, it's kind of the shape of the house done, the roof and everything. Start filling in like the windows. I use fences for some of them and I use trapdoors for some of them. I like the mix. I think it looks pretty good. I use glass on the top ones because like the bottom is more of like kind of like an open like eating area. Get this overhang on the back. I just thought the wall looked very empty. It's kind of like the way you have to think when you're building is like you don't want a space to look very like bare and like plain. Like you could usually try to fit something there that makes it unique, like a unique part of the build. You don't want all of it to look too samey. I just put the floor in to kind of figure out the height I want everything to be at, really. Start detailing the walls here, some texturing. Just like normal sandstone mixed in with a smooth. I feel like this really kind of ties the build together. It looked very like flat before, but you know, just a bit of texturing goes a long way. It looks way better now. And I'm pretty happy with it. I'm finally starting to actually like the build because I said earlier it looks very bad most of the time, but it's kind of finally looking decent. I get a lot of like greenery on it, like vines and leaves. I feel like it really helps. Just add a bit of color to it, you know. I use some of the azalea, like flowering azalea leaves. Just for a bit of like pink in there. Bunch of vines as well, mostly on the back. But you know, I feel like they look good. Kind of add to the feeling. Some trapdoors, some signs. Just I kind of mix some spruce into the sides of like the sandstone walls. Fill the flower pots up just for some color. Get a bunch of lanterns too for some light in there. And yeah, it's kind of the house itself almost done, on the outside at least. I'm pretty happy with it. But this build is kind of more focused on just like the general area around the house as well. Although I do really like the house, I feel like once I get the landscape in, it kind of ties it together a lot better. So I get this kind of like natural, like kind of like spiraled almost, like it just follows the terrain down. I really like the shape I got with this. So I just kind of put stone around it. Again, almost like this like natural formation, and they kind of just made it like into a staircase. I don't know, or like cobblestone stacked up. I'm not really sure, but I like the way it looks. Some tuff on the bottom, up into some cobblestone, like a slight gradient, but I'm not too particular with it. But I think it looks pretty good. Kind of like really helps. Get started with the rest of the landscape here. I got like a path in. Just carry the wall down a bit. That looks pretty good. So, you know, mostly cobblestone. I'll make some other blocks in there in a second. Get started on the rest of this build. It's like a, I mean, you haven't put together. It's like a vineyard kind of build, like a winery kind of place, I guess. I really don't know. I think it looks pretty good though. I'm really happy with it. It's one of my favorite houses for sure, I think. I'm not really sure why, but I really like the way it came out. So I get these kind of like plant growing areas. for like these berries. I like the red in the berries. The leaves kind of also just make them look more like significant. Just kind of fill the whole space up with these. And like, you know, these paths in the middle with coarse dirt. I come back and texture those in a minute. Do the same thing on the other side here. While I'm building all these like berries and everything, if you're interested, I got a Patreon link down below. I really appreciate it. $3, you get access to every house I built, so you can download this house if you like it, or you know, all of them. It's pretty cool. $8, you get to suggest the next theme. So yeah, I'd really appreciate it. Also got a Discord down below. A lot of cool people in there talking about builds and stuff, kind of like build advice, feedback, that kind of thing. So yeah, done with the plugging. Let's go back to the build here. Kind of finished with most of the landscape at this point. Put some like random grass and ferns, just kind of fill the space up. But yeah, I'm really happy with it. Kind of inspired by a CSGO map. It was like a danger zone map. It was Vineyard. Kind of a classic. But yeah, it's kind of the outside done. Really happy with it. I get some like chairs around because I want it to be almost like a restaurant as well. Get some chairs, get some tables on the outside. Finally head inside. Pretty simple interior in my opinion. Turn this corner into kind of like the I guess like, you know, food area. Probably should put like a brewing stand maybe. Kind of didn't think of that. Get a ladder up to the second floor, which is like the staff only, I guess kind of living area for like the owner. I got a bunch of tables and chairs in. A lot of flower pots. Kind of carry like the natural theme in here. I want it to feel very open. But it's not even like windows. It's just like trapdoors and fences. Bunch of flower pots, bunch of lanterns. Get the prices up. The food is not $1 million in this one. Get some paintings, kind of fill the walls up. That's it for the bottom floor, I think, here. Head upstairs now. Really simple, kind of living space. Just get a bed in the corner, some bookshelves for some like kind of color. When I'm building these interiors, I think of how they look on the outside. So I wanted there to be a lot of light, a lot of color that you could see through the windows. So look at this living space. Some carpet. Hang some more lanterns up. I like the way they look with the levers. Especially since I can't connect them to the ceiling because it's like a slab up there. But yeah, that's about it. Do a couple more small details, but yeah, that's all I got. I'm pretty happy with this build. One of my favorites for sure, I think. If you enjoyed, consider subscribing. I'd really appreciate it. Join the Discord, join the Patreon, you know, all the usual stuff. And yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, this is day 95, building a house every day for 100 days. Let's get into it here. Kind of decided to go for something different. Usually I kind of build like just a house or like landscape. For this one, I basically decided I'm gonna have no landscaping on it. And it's gonna be like kind of a city kind of build. I forget the exact day it was that I did this first. It was like, I think it was in the mid 30s maybe. It was like these two buildings next to each other. And they were kind of like a walking kind of like town, almost like a town center kind of vibe to it. So I decided to kind of do a different take on the kind of city sort of theme here. So I get this like street in, almost like San Francisco inspired maybe, how it's got like the, you know, like really like dramatic like steep hills to it. So I decided to kind of get this slant in. So like basic details on the road. You know, white lines and yellow lines, that kind of thing. It's pretty simple. Pretty happy with how it looks. I kind of just like the feeling of this one. One of my favorite builds for sure. I don't know if it will be for you because I feel like you either like it or you don't. You know, usually I have a landscaping focus on this channel, but no landscaping here. Texture the road, just some like different deep slate blocks. Goes like a long way. Really like kind of saves it because I thought it looked kind of bad at first, but you know, I'm happy with it. Carry this sidewalk around. Just gotta fill it all in. Of course, the wool is like placeholder blocks there because I wasn't 100% sure what block palette I was going to use for each building yet. Pretty quickly settle on white for the left one and brick for the right one. I just like the contrast between it. You'll see in a second here. Just getting the windows in and like the shape of them because I wasn't sure really exactly how tall to make them. I wasn't sure how wide to make them. I wasn't sure what height the floors were going to be at. I really didn't know anything except that I wanted 2 buildings here on like a slanted road. Let's kind of fix the blocks here. Start putting in the windows. You know, the taller opening is of course the door. Get started on the roof. Kind of gives me a bit of trouble for a minute here, but I figured it out pretty quick. First I kind of go for this like tall slant up the back, which like I think is a good idea, and I think it can look good if you build it right. I don't build it right, so it looks very bad. So you're gonna have to watch me like fumble around with this for a minute before I fix it. But while I'm struggling with the roof, if you want to support me, consider subscribing to the channel. I really appreciate it. I also got a Patreon link down below, just $3 a month. You could download all the houses I built for the channel. I'd really appreciate it. Whether you want it for the houses or just support me, either way. Your support. Honestly, the channel's been doing really well recently. The last build, everyone really seemed to like that one, so expect kind of more like experimental, kind of weird builds for the rest of this challenge. Only 5 days left after this. But yeah, back to the build. Just get like a kind of simple frame on the left one, like very basic stair roof, and on the right I use slabs. Kind of get like anvils on the top for like these spikes. I come back and texture the roofs in a minute. Get these staircases in for like the entranceways. Because, you know, they're kind of like weird. They don't really line up. I like it though. I think these kind of add a lot to the build in my opinion. A lot of character to it. Get all the windows in. Add some to the sides. Start texturing. Start with a brick one. Kind of the same brick texturing I use whenever I use brick, which is admittedly not often. It's just brick and granite. I think the granite, it's like really the closest that you kind of have to like a weathered brick sort of texture in this game. We really need more brick blocks, but you know, Mojang would rather add random stuff, but you know, that's besides the point. I'm not gonna get into that. I love Mojang, you know, shout out Mojang. Texture the white part now. I use the same white kind of texturing I usually use, just diorite, calcite, concrete powder. Really simple. I think it's, I don't know, I think I'm kind of excited to try the new like pale blocks. I haven't tried any of the pale wood yet. I haven't even looked at it, but I think that would probably fit pretty well in this build. If you were to maybe replicate the style, I feel like in the next update, that'll look pretty nice. Texture the roof real quick. On this one, I just do like, just different deep slate blocks really. Bricks and polished. Pretty simple. Forget to texture the roof on the right one for a minute, but I do come back in a minute and get it. Filling all the windows with glass. I kind of didn't have a whole lot of time to play when I was doing this. Like I didn't have a whole lot of time to build this, but I'm pretty happy with how it came out in the limited time I had. This build only took me like maybe an hour 10, hour 15 minutes, which is like kind of crazy. I have builds that look a lot worse, take me almost 2 hours for this challenge, so you know, I'm pretty happy with this one. I get this like kind of deck on the front of the left one, so I'm gonna just differentiate it from the right one. Kind of like a more unique element to it. Get like these railings on the staircases, and then I go around and I start just hanging a bunch of lanterns, a bunch of flower pots. Because you know, there's no frame on these houses, they're flat. So you basically have to completely rely on texturing, which I do with the granite, and then the, like diorite on the other one, and then like these like things coming out of it. So like flower pots, lanterns, these like window flower pots. Just kind of gotta rely on different stuff to fill the space out, but I feel like it came out pretty well. Obviously flowers for color. I go back and I quickly texture this right roof. Just like normal andesite, polished andesite, some stone and stone brick as well thrown in there. Very simple, but it was bothering me when I didn't do it. It looked really wrong, so you know, now that it's done, looks a lot better. It's kind of the outside almost done. I put a couple like smaller details on the sidewalk. I still feel like the sidewalks kind of feel empty on this. I didn't really feel like I had room to do too much with it. So I just put these like a couple like trash bins, like some trash bags. And I head inside here. Kind of really like simple interiors. I don't try to do too much with it. Again, I mentioned earlier, I didn't really have a whole lot of time to play when I was doing this. So I kind of like speed ran it, admittedly. Over here on the left, we get a kitchen. Some candles and lanterns. Obviously, it's like spiral staircase you see on the right. Quick like welcome area. Some books. You know, armor stand. I dye it. I don't know why. It looked good. I think white looked pretty good. Kind of matched the house a bit. Get the carpet in. As I'm doing this interior, if you're still watching, you know, I appreciate it. Got a Discord link down below. If you want to join, I got a lot of cool people in there. I think there's like 90 members, you know. Hit 100 soon, I think. Oh yeah, I'd appreciate it. Get back up to this like interior here. Head upstairs. Kind of get this like reading area against this wall with the bed. Put this like support beam, kind of just to have like a shelf to put other stuff on. Some candles, some flower pots. Got like a plant area. I don't know why. I just feel like it kind of looked good. I don't usually put that kind of thing in here. Quick desk, like a laptop. Like a plate there. Flower pots. Hang some stuff up. That's about it for this house. Come over to the second house, like the brick one. Put the floors in, and then I remember I kind of had an attic on the first house that I need to fill. So of course, the classic, the gambling room. A bunch of like cobwebs up there as well, scaffolding. Head back over here. I decided to make this one not a house. Decided to make this one like a business. It's kind of like a coffee shop, I guess. Coffee shop, restaurant, kind of vibe to it. I just knew it was kind of gonna be pretty quick to make this, honestly. But I like the way it came out. Put a bunch of tables, a bunch of chairs, some plates and like cups with like the pressure plates, the flower pots. Get some paintings around to kind of just fill the space up. Some like storage containers, I guess, over there. Quick menu. Out of stock of coffee. I don't know how a coffee shop does that, but you know, it's unfortunate. Up to this top room. Just again, more seating area, really. Carry the carpet through, some flower pots, get some lanterns up. And I just kind of spam paintings around to fill the space, and that's really about it. I head outside, do a couple small things I forgot to do earlier, like I texture this like part on the left, put a sign up. But yeah, that's really about it. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed, subscribe. I'd appreciate it. Support on the channel has been crazy recently. I really appreciate all you guys. It's been kind of wild. Join the Patreon if you're interested. If you want to show some support beyond just subscribing, I'd appreciate that. But yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, this is day 96 building a house every day for 100 days. Before we get into it real quick, I just want to thank you guys for all the support recently. The last two houses have done like kind of crazy. They're doing really well. A lot of people enjoy them. Yeah, I really appreciate it. This house, kind of dedicated, kind of not. Dedicated to Aelic, patron, and just like donator of the streams, you know, friend of the channel, if you will. He gave me a suggestion, so that's kind of why you see me. I kind of struggle with this one a bit because it's a bit weird, it's a bit difficult. He suggested I use like all these different types of wood, like acacia, birch, spruce, dark oak, and I also have a windmill on the house. Some people might have known from a few days ago, or probably like honestly 10 days ago at this point. I tried to build a windmill, it went horribly, so you know, got a long road ahead of me on this one. But I think I came out pretty good, so let me stick to the end, so you can see that. Start getting the frame out. I got like the 3 different sections. My idea is like each of these will be like focused on like a different type of wood. So you have spruce on the left, and then oak in the middle, and then birch on the right. With like the accent color also. So, you know, birch, I was gonna go for acacia. It kind of looks bad here. I don't end up sticking with that for the logs. So we just kind of like get the frame on them real quick. There's like all these like weird interlocking sections. I had like a very vague idea for this house, but I didn't have anything too like concrete in mind, so I kind of struggled with it for a minute. So I'm just kind of filling in the roof here. The series is almost over, so if you want to get one of the last few houses dedicated to you, there's a link to the Patreon down below. It's just $3. You also get a download to all the houses and like a world download and everything, schematics too. Also join the Discord, about 100 members in there. Back to the house though, kind of getting the frames for the roof in. I had like the colors figured out. I didn't really know what shape I was gonna do for any of them yet. Go for like the lower, like the front one with like the oak and spruce is like lower and more just like stairs for the angle, and the other 2 are steeper, just for a bit of like variety. I know on the left is where I'm gonna put the windmill, so I kind of leave that roof open for a bit. I'll redo the right roof. I decided to frame it with spruce, and I'm gonna fill it in with acacia, because like the orange on the edge was just too much. It clashed too much with the other colors. So I get the frame in, fill it in. I go back and I texture this in a bit, but for now, I just leave it. Start filling in the walls and everything. This dark oak section honestly gives me some trouble. I used to really like dark oak. Not a fan of dark oak anymore, honestly, except for like interior stuff and like accent blocks. But it's just a very deep color. It's kind of hard to do anything with. So if you have like a large section of it, just dark oak, it looks really bad. So kind of try to keep the usage of it to a minimum. Get the frame for this like tower on the left where I'm gonna put a windmill. House is kind of complicated. There's a lot of like intersecting like parts. It's a lot of thought just had to go into like where everything should go and how everything connects. Just kind of filling things in here. Getting the frame in for this section. Fill everything in. Try to like overcomplicate it too much, but I know I need like a couple extra kind of like roof sections here to like shrink the tower. Because as you can see, I kind of go in a block with this roof. I also take this opportunity to kind of switch the palette up, because like I said before, not a huge fan of dark oak. So up at the top here, it turns to spruce. Mess around with a couple shapes for it. I just decided to go for like a pretty standard roof. Fill it in with acacia. And then fill it in with birch. Go around, kind of like add some stairs and stuff to like curve the frame a bit. Fill the walls in. Just fill in stuff I missed, really. It doesn't look great right now. It looks a lot better once I start getting the details in. Over here on the right, I start kind of texturing this roof. I don't know if Aelic will consider this cheating, because there's not a whole lot of acacia in this, because I use a lot of like concrete powder, wool, some red sandstone as well, but it ends up looking pretty good. So just fill everything in. Gradient. Mix like stripped acacia in the bottom, because it kind of has like this like almost pinker, bright orange kind of color to it. I do the same thing with the top. A lot smaller, a lot easier. I like the way the trapdoors kind of break the texture up, kind of break the flatness up a bit too. Take a step back here, kind of just look at it. Liking the way it's coming out. A few things I gotta change. Kind of messing with the dark oak, because again, just don't like dark oak, but looks alright. Start thinking about where I want to put the windmill. Like the actual like blades, I guess you'd call them. Header on the back, I start adding these like curves to the foundation, some trapdoors, just for some more shape and detail. Where I have those bricks, you might have saw from the thumbnail, I plan on putting a chimney. I feel like it fills the space up, adds a bit of variation. It's like for aesthetic, you know, looks pretty good. But will, it's not there yet. Get the windows in now, like these like window flower pots. I head inside for a second, just gotta figure out where the floor is gonna go, so I could just base where I want to put the windows. Some flower pots at the top. And yeah, the kind of main part of the house is coming together here. Finally, this was definitely one of the more difficult houses to build. As you might notice, the video is a bit longer than the last few. Start getting like the blades, the windmill, and struggle for a minute. Admittedly, kind of got some like inspiration from like, you know, I googled windmills, looked at kind of the shapes they generally use. I think it came out all right. I don't think it's not perfect, but I'm pretty happy with the way it looks. Looks kind of rough until I texture it. Add some fences. Kind of like extend this front part out. Pretty happy with the way it looks. It's definitely the best windmill I've ever built because, like I mentioned earlier, I have a windmill problem. Textured a bit. Just concrete powder, some concrete, like other white blocks really. Get some banners up. I think it's kind of like makes it look a bit more like dynamic. I don't know how to explain it. I like the way it looks. Looks pretty good in my opinion. Maybe you think it looks bad, you know, comment down below if you think the windmill looks bad. But if you do that, you also gotta subscribe, you know? I'm trolling. Kind of get the, like, focus on this top part. I noticed it kind of got covered a lot by the windmill, so I'm gonna get one block taller. Just kind of like help it poke through a bit. Move the windmill back a block. It kind of just looked like it came out too far. Made it look very unbalanced. I also moved this thing, like this bottom section. I kind of moved it back towards the rest of the house a bit. Really helped a lot, honestly. I'm kind of surprised, but it made like a huge difference, at least in my opinion. Yeah, it's kind of the house itself done. I get this chimney in on the side. I keep it pretty simple. There's not like a whole lot. I feel like this is only like the second chimney I built in this challenge. Or at least the second one that has like proper smoke on it. Get the smoke in. It's only my second time doing smoke with glass, so, you know, try not to be, you know, too critical of it, but I think it actually came out pretty good. Not sure if it came out better than the first time I did it or not, but I think it looks pretty good. Start with gray on the bottom and light gray and then white. Mix in some glass panes to kind of help blend it together. Also add a bit more shape to it. Put a couple like floating off of it. And yeah, I think that, honestly, I think it came out really good. Let me know down below if you like the smoke, you know, or just comment for the algorithm, you know, the classics. Get this fence in. I kind of had it in my head the whole time as I'm building like a windmill. It's gonna basically be like a farm kind of house. I feel like the farm wheat and those kind of like yellow blocks really work with the acacia roof anyway. So I knew I was gonna do a farm in the front. Hang some lanterns up. Hang some flower pots as well. Just need a lot of light. I think it looks good with light. Come back with some like flowers and stuff. Accidentally go into this one house with the camera. My bad. But yeah, fill everything up. Add some color with the flowers. Some hanging flowers. You know, do the same thing on the back. Obviously, kind of can't really see. Texture the chimney as well. I don't know when I did that, but I don't think the camera got it. Come to the front here. Start filling in with farmland. Time is frozen here, so I have to use like World Edit to replace with like wet farmland. Over again, I use a mix of like fully grown wheat and like wheat that's like one stage before fully grown, so stage 6 and 7 for those doing this with like World Edit and commands. Obviously in survival you can't really freeze the wheat, but I think it looks good with a bit of variation in it. Add these like wheat carts, like I think they look pretty cool. Some wheat around, some pumpkins. It's past Halloween now, but it's still kind of like, you know, autumn vibe, especially in this build. Some grass, some leaves around the house, and yeah, it's kind of about it for the outside. It was kind of a rough like journey to get here, but I'm actually really happy with the way it looks. So shout out to Aelic for suggesting whatever this thing is. Hopefully this kind of does Aelic's suggestion justice, by the way. I didn't really, like, I don't know, he doesn't know what this looks like yet, but we'll see. Kind of was a bit like, I don't know, a bit of a weird suggestion. So hopefully this is kind of what he meant. And inside here, kind of like try to, like I like using spruce on the floor, as you can see from this one section, but like you can't really use the same block as the floor, ceiling, and wall. So I use dark oak for where the kitchen's gonna go. Kind of got this staircase at the bottom because it's kind of like lower, that section's lower, so I think interesting. It's kind of like those houses you walk into and you got a staircase going up and down, like a bi-level, I guess they're called. Kind of reminds me of that. It's not the same because there's no down, but you know. Get some paintings up. A lot of trapdoors, a lot of lanterns. A lot of these are temporary. I remove a lot of them because if I don't put them, it's too dark for the replay. Some candles, some flower pots, quick kitchen, you know, the fridge, of course. This quick staircase in this corner because I don't know what else to put here. Some storage underneath it. Really quick living space. Hang some flower pots, lanterns, candles. I kind of use a lot of the same tricks, honestly, in most of my builds to just fill the space up, but it's more important that the space is filled than that it looks unique and purposeful, in my opinion. So you just kind of make sure to fill it no matter what you really put there most of the time. I mean, obviously you want to just put random stuff, but try to fill everything. Section off the space in the upstairs. You'll see what I do with that in a minute. Over here, put a quick bedroom. You know, bed on the left. Railing for like the staircase, of course. Bunch of paintings. It's like desk on the right, you'll see in a second. A lot of paintings, fill space up, some lanterns. Carpet. I got a comment within the last like 2 days, I forget exactly when it was. I haven't built a bathroom in like a while. I believe it was day 31. Day 32, I think it is. It's a bathroom in it. But other than that, I don't think I built a single bathroom in this whole series. So, quick bathroom in here. A lot of light for some reason. But yeah, that's really about it. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed, consider joining the Patreon or just subscribing. I really appreciate it. Support on the series has been kind of crazy. But yeah, join the Discord as well. You know, about to hit 100 members. Pretty cool. A lot of cool people in there. I got a quick house tour. You should watch the whole thing, by the way. You know, house dedicated to Aelic, the GOAT. And yeah, I'll see you guys next one. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, this is day 97 of building a house every day for 100 days. Real quick before we get into it, I just want to thank my 2 newest Patreon members, ThunderCrafted and Keitaro Taylor. Really appreciate your support. This house is dedicated to ThunderCrafted. He sent me kind of a request on Discord, which is basically to use any of the houses that he posted on his Instagram. I'll put a picture up on screen now of the house I decided to reference. Kind of like this green roofed castle. He kind of gave me a lot of like freedom to choose whichever one I wanted. But yeah, I think it came out pretty good. Hopefully, you know, he likes it. But yeah, let's get into it. Kind of get this frame in. Replace everything with stone. Just kind of getting the shape out. I know I want like kind of like a castle tower kind of thing on this one side, and then like the actual house on the other. Get the landscape in, like replace the green wool. Start getting the frame for the roof. Just use spruce. Classic, you know. Stack this tower up taller. I had basically like no idea what I wanted with this house at all before I started building it. It kind of came together pretty well though, in my opinion. Let me know what you think of it down below. Just kind of finishing getting the shape in, some like smaller details. Like the shape of this like kind of like walkway thing. I don't really know what it's called. I guess it's just kind of a wall. There's no interior. I'm getting the frame of like this tower roof in place here. And I'm gonna bring it to a point. I'm using green wool. It's kind of a placeholder. I'm gonna like come back and texture it in a minute. Pretty simple. It just kind of goes up by 1 block at a time, and like 2 blocks. Fill everything in. Kind of like a pretty standard like roof slant. It just goes up by 2 blocks. Add this section to the front and the back of this right side. Just kind of like makes the shape more interesting. Looks pretty good. Kind of like going back to the reference, he had these kind of like, I don't really do the same thing, but the roof like frame, I guess, was kind of like intricate. There was a lot of like small details to it. So I kind of try to replicate that in my own style here, which is kind of going like stair, block, and there's some fence gates and some trapdoors in there. I like the way it looks. Just kind of adds like a bit extra detail to it. Do the same thing to the back, of course. I'm liking the shape of the house so far. It's definitely kind of unique. I haven't really done anything too castle-like. Day 60 was kind of like a castle, and then I forget which day it actually was, but it was like a castle in the front and then just a house behind it. But I start texturing it. This kind of takes a minute. Just cobblestone, stone brick, stone, andesite, polished andesite, and light gray concrete powder. Just dark at the bottom, light at the top. Just kind of like draws your eyes upwards, I think. Honestly, don't know. I don't really know how that works, but like in my head, that's what it does. I don't know. It's what the people who could build do, so I just kind of do it, and it looks good. As I'm filling that in, I appreciate all the support recently. If you guys want to subscribe, I'd really appreciate it. Kind of closing on like 4.5k, which is like a cool milestone. Also got a Patreon link down below if you want to join it. I also got a Discord down there. A lot of cool people. We're about to hit 100 members. I think we're at like 98 on the Discord. So yeah, I'd really appreciate it if you joined. A lot of people talk about stuff in there, like build tips and that kind of thing. Back to the house though. Finished texturing it up. Texture like this tower. And yeah, it's really coming along now. Bit of tough on that left side. Just because it kind of goes deeper, so I wanted to make the gradient a bit darker at the bottom. Start texturing the roof. And the kind of like concept image, like inspiration, I guess I used from ThunderCrafted. I kind of started with dark prismarine at the bottom and then worked its way up to green. But on the scale of this house, it just didn't look good, so I decided to not use it. Just like too small of a build, in my opinion at least, for the prismarine not to just look very like sudden. And like it doesn't really blend too well, I don't think. At least in the block palette I used. Switch texture with concrete powder, concrete, wool, and moss. Kind of like pretty, just kind of standard texturing. All just like different green blocks, kind of blend together pretty well. But yeah, it's kind of the texturing for most of this done. It just took a minute. Add these like spikes to the roof. I don't really know if I like them or not, but I do keep them. Like anvils with a candle on top. I'm not quite sure if they fit this kind of style, but I think it was kind of more of like, at least the inspiration I use is more like medieval kind of style, so I feel like it does kind of fit. I get this like window thing up on the top of the roof, kind of like jutting out. Just adds more like interesting silhouette, I guess, to it. Like interesting shape. Add some details on this wall part. Get started on a bunch of windows. These kind of take a minute. They're like, I have to use a debug stick to curve like the stairs and to make the glass connect. But I feel like the shape kind of helps. Like, it just looks good in my opinion. Fills the space up. I already knew when I was building this that the interior was going to be very open. Because like, one, these windows are in the way, but two, it's just like very large. It's a big space on the inside. So I know I put these windows there. And I'm going to have like a loft inside connecting the two floors so that the windows can kind of be like open between both floors. Kind of hard to explain, you'll see what I mean. Start getting these like window flower pots in place. Just grass surrounded by trapdoors. I put some of them like in the window itself and I'll just fill it with like 2 tall plants. I feel like it looks good in those. It kind of just fits the shape better. Put a window in the back. Pretty simple. Head inside real quick, just to kind of like lay the floor plan out before I finish putting these windows in, just so I can kind of figure out where I want the windows to go. So I got this big tall window on this side. A debug stick to connect the glass, obviously. So sorry survival players, you can't do that, but you know, you just make it square, I guess. Same kind of like curved windows in the back. I just like the way they look. And these 2 larger windows on the bottom. I know I'm gonna put like a kitchen here, so I want a lot of windows on it. Getting some more flower pots. Just fill the space up. And yeah, it's kind of for like the general shape of the house and everything. Get this quick porch in the front. Nothing like too complicated on it. Some trapdoors for some shape. Mix of fence gates and like normal fences. Kind of connect better. Start getting the lanterns in. Just kind of like to build up. Really need them, especially with the shaders I use. I feel like I mentioned this before. My shaders have like very harsh light. So these kind of just help fill the space up with light better. Hang some like hanging flower pots up as well. Just kind of fill the space up, add some color to it, because parts of it are very gray. Also a lot of green, so yeah, just kind of red plants kind of counteract that. Get a bunch of leaves in place. Just kind of helps blend the build into the ground. And yeah, I'm really liking the way this house is coming along. Let me know what you think in the comments. Kind of a bit of a weirder house. I wasn't sure of it at first. It kind of took a while for me to start liking it, but I think it's kind of growing on me. I got a bunch of grass and ferns in the front. I got like a quick pond here. I just kind of figured it was missing like something in this space. But I feel like the pond kind of completes it. I put some like hay bales up, along with these like hay bale cart and like a water cart. I don't know, looks pretty good in my opinion. Just some like random stuff filled up. Quick sign dedicating this house to ThunderCrafted. If you want a house dedicated to yourself, just $3 on the Patreon, $8 you want a house request. I'd really appreciate it. Start the interior here. I know I'm putting a kitchen over here. I kind of just get like the main counter in. I get this large island in the middle because I knew I kind of had to fill the space up. I get the floor in, you know, do a bit of like a pattern with like dark oak on it. Get a carpet in on this like kind of like right area. I know I'm gonna put like a living room kind of space there. I go for the green carpet because it kind of just matches the aesthetic of the house. I got the green roof on it. A lot of like plants and everything, just kind of fits. Get this curved couch here, table in the middle, some bookshelves, like a lectern with a book, some candles, some flower pots. Obviously I have the staircase up to the loft area. Like I said earlier, I knew I was gonna do a loft pretty early on. With the way the windows line up and everything, it just kind of made sense. I like the way the lofts look on like these taller roofed houses. Hang a bunch of lanterns and flower pots up. Just kind of fills the space. I got a lot of paintings. I might have put a bit too much. Depends on your preference. I like the way it looks. Guess we're on this like kind of upstairs area. I knew this was gonna be like a bedroom. Quick like desk. Get some flower pots in. Quick bookshelf on this wall. Get like a bed in that corner as well. Can't really see it. Hang a bunch of lanterns for some light. A lot of flower pots as well. Just fill the walls up, basically. Quick carpet. Some more flower pots. Get a bunch of paintings. Kind of it for like the main house. Almost, I want to say. Some more paintings in. Just really just make sure you fill the space up. It's kind of like the main thing I can tell you about interiors. We'll get this like tower. I just put a really quick library in it. Quick carpet, some lanterns, candles, paintings, flower pots, pretty much the usual stuff I use. But yeah, that's really about it. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to subscribe, like the video, comment, you know, all the usual like YouTuber stuff. I got a Patreon link down below if you want to join and support me. I'd really appreciate it. Discord down below as well, you know, hop in there. And yeah, I'll see you guys next one. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, this is day 98, building a house every day for 100 days. Real quick before getting this one, I just thank you guys for all the support recently. This house dedicated to my newest Patreon member, Keitaro Taylor. I thanked him in the last one, but it was 2 in 1, so this one is dedicated to him. 2 more episodes of this challenge before it's over. Kind of a bit sad that it's coming to an end, but I also don't have to upload these daily anymore, so you know, maybe there's some positive to it. If you're newer to the channel, I got a lot of stuff planned coming up after the challenge, so you know, don't go anywhere. Make sure to subscribe, of course. But yeah, let's get to the house. Kind of didn't really have too much of a plan for it. Kind of a bit weird. I'm not 100% sure how much I like this house. I was getting, I don't know if it's the same person or if it's a few people, but basically for the whole challenge, I've had people suggest I try to build at least something diagonal. I didn't really want to commit to a whole diagonal house because like I was kind of worried it would look bad. So I kind of got this one section on the left that's a bit diagonal. It's for like a bit of a unique kind of element to this house. I think it came out all right. It's kind of interesting. You know, watch the end of the video, judge for yourself. But yeah, you know, back to the house here. Kind of get this like yellow roof. I don't remember exactly which episode, like which day it is. I did like this kind of like honey roof on it. I'm able to see in the background at points, but you know, it's back there somewhere, probably like a month ago. Kind of like an interesting kind of roof, but that one I used a different block palette for that one, so it's still gonna be different shape as well. Kind of just fill everything in with yellow wool for now. And I'm gonna go back and like properly texture it. Start texturing the walls, cobblestone at the bottom, cracked stone brick, stone, andesite. Like pretty simple gradient. Used it literally yesterday, so you know, kind of might overuse this one, but you know, whatever. Stick to the basics, kind of like fundamentals. Just go block by block, slowly moving up. While I'm doing this, if you're interested, I got a Patreon link down below. You know, you join that, $3. I also got a Discord. If you want to join? I got a lot of cool people in there. We hit 100 members, which is kind of crazy. I appreciate it. Back to the house though. Almost done with the gradient. Last couple blocks, and I like the way it looks. It's pretty good. Again, not 100% sure how I feel about the shape. I think I like it personally. It kind of looks a bit off balance, maybe. But I think it looks pretty good. Like the left side is a bit bigger than the right side, which is kind of on purpose. Don't want it to be too symmetrical. I can start with the roof here though. Like honeycomb, honey block, orange concrete powder, wool. You know, same with the yellow blocks. Concrete powder. I really like the way the roof came out, honestly, on this one. It's a kind of an interesting block palette. I don't know if like I should have put the actual honey blocks over it or not, because without it, it's just like kind of an interesting yellow-orange roof. But then with it, it's like definitely honey. You know what I mean? Like the last honey house had a beehive on it. This one doesn't. I still think it looks pretty good though. I don't know the exact like lore of why it would look like this. Just don't gotta think about it. Get the door and like this large window in the front. Just kind of figuring out where I want everything. You know, get this window in the back. Kind of think about where I want the floors as I'm doing this. Kind of a bit complicated. It's kind of hard to put a window on a diagonal kind of like build, especially since it's like 2 blocks diagonal and not 3. So there's not really a middle block for it. When I start filling in the windows, I kind of use like orange and yellow on the front one. I think it just kind of looks pretty good. Matches the roof. The rest of them I just use gray. Obviously got that like large door in the front that I'm gonna fill out. Yeah, get a window in the back because I know I'm gonna put a kitchen there. Kind of need a window for it, in my opinion. Doesn't feel complete if you don't have like a window behind the sink, you know, of course. A couple more windows. You know, get the flower pots in as well. Put the door in. I use dark oak and trapdoors. Kind of looks like one big door a bit. I mean, obviously it's still a door in the middle, but I like the way it looks. I get some trapdoors in. Sorry, not trapdoors. Fence gates. I get candles on the roof for like some spikes. I just kind of like do a bunch of weird stuff with this house. I mean, we're in the last like 3 days. May as well like, I don't know, try random things. Stuff I wouldn't normally do. Get a stone path in. Leaves around the house. Quick like fence. Just kind of like, you know, like the path is lined. Bunch of grass blocks and ferns. Just kind of fill the space up. You know, like a welcome mat kind of area on the front. I get the sign dedicating it to my patron. Appreciate it. If you want to sign for the last 2 days, you know, you can join. But also, I plan on doing build videos after the 100 days anyway, just not daily. So if you want one of those dedicated to you as well, you can always stop by the Patreon, just $3. Get a bunch of lanterns up, some flower pots, some small stuff I missed in the back, and that's kind of like the outside done. I'm pretty happy with the way it looks. I'm not sure how I feel about the diagonal part, but I think I like it. Head inside. Kind of figuring out where I want the second floor to go. I know I don't want it to fill the whole thing, I don't think. So I kind of get this like area on the left there. Quick kitchen. Obviously the fridge. Shout out to the comment. You know, the fridge timestamp. This area on the right is a bit raised up. Just because like the window couldn't be like on the dirt level. In my opinion, it would look kind of bad if it was like that on the front. So this area on the right is raised up. Get a carpet in. A welcome area. Mostly using orange and yellow. I just like the way they look. You know, with the roof and everything. Quick armor stand. I've started dyeing the armor. Leveled up here. Maybe a dining space. I should have probably put some more stuff over there, but I don't think I do. Got like an entertainment area over here, as well as like a library kind of thing. I guess not a library. I don't know what you call it. I mean, there's just books. It's not like too much like an actual like book area. I don't know. There's bookshelves. I don't know what I'm saying. We get the bookshelves on the side. Some paintings fill the space up. I come back and do a couple more small things down there, I think, at some point. Hang a bunch of lanterns up, bunch of flower pots. Kind of clean up a few things. I get a bunch of paintings, just fill the space up. I had a lot of new paintings in the one of the newest updates. I honestly hate most of them, but a couple of them are pretty good. Start with the bedroom up here. Again, very simple, just like a loft bedroom. Desk, kind of like a TV, bed, mini fridge. Carry the carpet through. A bunch of paintings, lanterns, and flower pots. Just fill the space up. And that's really about it. If you enjoyed this video, consider subscribing. I'd really appreciate it. Got a Patreon down below. This house dedicated to my newest Patreon member, Keitaro Taylor. Really appreciate it. You know, $3 for you to get a house dedicated to you. $8 I want a suggestion. Just 2 days left. Kind of crazy. I didn't think I'd get this far. But yeah, thanks for everyone who's been watching all of them. If you watched all of them, let me know. Let me know down below if you made it this far in the video. How many have you seen? Like, which was the first one you remember seeing? I feel like that'd be interesting. But hey, I'll see you guys next one. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, this is day 99 of building a house every day for 100 days. 1 day left after this, kind of crazy, really coming to an end. I appreciate all the support I got on this series. I'm trying to think of unique ways to do the last episode, but it might just end up being a normal house video, so you know, be warned. There might not be anything special with it. Getting into this house though, I kind of had a black palette idea in my head. It's been a while since I just did like a kind of like simple, almost like grayscale, like white walls with a black roof kind of house. I used to build them a lot in the early part of the challenge because I really liked the way they looked. But I just really haven't done it recently. So I'm kind of taking it back to the roots. Get the shape in. I get this like front section, which is the tallest, and I get one on the left. I get one on the right, kind of like rotated, and then I also get this like tower in. I move it in a minute, but I don't want a tower on the right side, basically. Kind of like change this right section to make it taller. But also like flatter so I can fit a tower in. Make tower too tall for a second there, but you know, everything's kind of looking good so far. Start filling in the roof. As I'm filling this in, tomorrow is the last day to get a house dedicated to you during this challenge. So if you want a house dedicated to you, just $3, $8 if you want to request. I'd really appreciate it. For everyone else, I do plan on like continuing kind of house build videos. So there will still be Patreon rewards after the challenge, but it just won't be part of the 100 days. I also got a Discord down below if you want to join it. I'd really appreciate it. Got a lot of cool people in there. We got 100 members, which is kind of crazy. I got the roof filled in. I start with this like tower part. Pretty simple point. I'm pretty sure it's basically the same point I usually use when I do like a tower kind of cone roof. Yeah, it looks pretty good in my opinion. Decided to carry this part of the roof through all the way to the left. I just figured it kind of looked like weird, like it was missing something, like there was too much like empty space. This really saved it in my opinion. Just filling the walls and everything. And yeah, I'm really liking the shape of this house. Kind of interesting. Start texturing the walls now. I use diorite, calcite, concrete powder. Just like kind of add a bit of like a weathering to it. Real quick as I'm texturing this, I'm gonna talk a little bit about what I plan on doing after it. Like after this challenge is over. I got a lot of video ideas. You can also suggest some down below if you want, if there's anything you want to see on the channel. Because you know, I got some ideas, but always interested to hear what you guys have to say. I plan on kind of carrying on building. I'm probably gonna upload almost every day still. Like I'm still aiming for daily uploads. But it'll kind of like, I plan on doing like some ranking videos of the houses, like recap video. Probably start a survival series maybe if you want to see that, let me know. And a lot more like unique kind of build videos. I got a lot of ideas I kind of haven't been able to do yet because of this challenge. like stuff like, you know, random block palette stuff, or like, you know, like building with like certain blocks, like kind of just weirder challenge stuff. Once this challenge is over, I'll kind of finally have the opportunity to get into that. So if you got any ideas, you know, let me know. Texture the roof here, I just use like deep slate bricks. Do the same thing to the tower. Just kind of adds a bit of a different color to it. Almost looks like parts are weathered, maybe sunlight is in some parts. I like the way it looks, just adds a bit of variation. Figure out where I want the windows now that everything's textured. Some in the front, I get a couple in the back, obviously. I really like the way this house looks. It's kind of like pretty simple, but I feel like it. I like it. I don't know how to explain it, but I just like the way this house looks. I think it's just a block palette. It's like simple but effective. Because usually a lot of my houses are very colorful. And you see on the left there is looks like a honey roof, and the one to the left of that was like green. So kind of like a monotone kind of color to just kind of mix it up. Add some blue windows though for some accent. Just like the way it looks. The top windows are blue and the lower ones are just normal like light gray glass. Get anvils on the roof. I just like the way it looks. It looks really good with this color scheme, especially. Like spikes on it. Add a point to the top of the tower as well. Yeah, it's kind of like the main part of the house done already. Like structure-wise and everything. Start getting these like flower pots in. Because, you know, it being like very white and black, I know I need a lot of color. So, you know, I'll put a bunch of flowers there in a minute. I get the path in. Gotta think on ways to fill the space, because like recently I've been trying to fill the space in a more like unique and interesting way with every single one of them, but I don't know. I think I like the way this one came out. Start putting a bunch of lanterns around. Obviously fill the flower pots up. You know, get a lot of light in there. I use levers to kind of look like it's hanging the chains on the side of the tower, because like the side of the tower looked very empty. There just wasn't a lot of like unique stuff there to fill it. Add some leaves around. I feel like that kind of ties the house together. Some vines as well for the same reason. Just kind of like ties everything together here. Makes it look more like in nature. Get some fences around the path. Get a small like farmland area over here on the left. Mix in some like coarse dirt and stuff. I know I'm gonna put like a like hay cart in there. Some hay bales. Fill the space up, add a bit more like yellow to the build, bit of a different color. Because like there's a lot of field space on this one, so I don't want there to be too much green. So I break it up wherever I can. I got a picnic table over here on the right. Kind of go inside this house here, my bad. A bunch of lanterns along the path, fill everything up with grass. It's kind of the exterior about done. Really happy with the way this one looks. Head inside now. Pretty simple interior on this one. It's not like a whole lot to it. It's not really too like difficult of a space or anything. It's a bit open. That's not really a problem. Put like stripped logs around it, kind of like frame off this middle section so we can get these like individual like corners. I'll make this quick welcome mat area like a rug. Get a kitchen, get the fridge, of course. Accidentally pour water everywhere. Some lanterns, some flower pots. Pretty like usual kitchen I built. Obviously, if like got the kitchen down to a science at this point. Let's be real. There's living space on the left. Start with like carpet. I guess kind of couch in. A TV. Bookshelves, kind of like a desk area, like a computer, I guess, like a family computer. Bunch of lanterns, some flower pots, just fill the space up, add some light, some color. Quick armor stand over here. Use the same color as the window, blue to cyan. Kind of like a gradient with it. Over on this corner, I put blue carpet. Again, just kind of like carry these same two colors through that I used for like the outside. Quick kitchen like island thing, even though it's against a wall, so I guess it's just kind of like a counter space. Not really an island. Some more candles. I got some paintings to fill the walls up. And yes, the downstairs about done. Pretty happy that came out. Head upstairs here. Kind of have to use a ladder. It's kind of in a weird spot because the ceiling is kind of like the ceiling blocks if I would put a ladder anywhere else but this tower. So the ladder's here. Some bookshelves, just kind of fill the space up with some paintings. A bunch of flower pots as well. Over kind of the main area, I got a bedroom in this corner. I guess the whole thing's a bedroom. I got a bed in this corner. Bunch of lanterns for some light. I'll make like a reading area over here. Almost like a dining space, like some kind of seating area. Of course, the gambling area. Shout out to the gamblers out there. Some lanterns, some flower pots hanging from the ceiling. Bunch of paintings, kind of fill the space up. Some bookshelves, just kind of like finish it off. And yeah, that's really about it. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed, make sure to subscribe. I got a Patreon link down below. $3. Access to every single house, all 100 houses, for just $3. I really appreciate it. Also got a house dedicated to yourself, you know, all the usual stuff. You know already. Join the Discord. Quick house tour if you want to watch that. You know, you don't have to, of course, but you know. Yeah, thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Hello everyone, this is day 100 of building a house every day for 100 days. The finale. I can't believe I made it. It's finally here, finally done. I got a bit bigger of a build here, as you can tell, but before we get into it, this house is dedicated to Anthony, newest Patreon member. Also, shout out to Rob, who also joined the Patreon. Really appreciate your support. You'll get the next house I build for the channel, which might be in a couple days, I don't know. But yeah, before we get into it, I just want to like talk for a minute here. I never thought I would make it to 100 days this series at all. I never thought I would do like probably 10 or even like 20. I kind of just made it. And made the series 100 days because, you know, that's like the YouTuber thing to do, you know, but stuck with it because honestly, mostly stuck with it just because of the support I got on the series. All you guys watching, you guys are amazing. I really appreciate it. Kind of never thought I'd have like a community like this. So, you know, really grateful. Shout out to everyone who's in the Patreon. Got a long list at this point. It's kind of crazy. Never thought anyone would join that either, but you know, you guys are all great. Get to the house here. Throughout the video, by the way, I'll kind of mention what I plan on doing after, so, you know, stick around. But getting to the house, might be able to tell, I kind of went for a bigger plot here. It's not, like, huge or anything. I believe it's, like, 32 by 32 or something like that. Maybe a bit bigger, a bit smaller. I kind of forget. But I spent, like, the first minute here just kind of building this, like, landscape up. Get kind of this, like, cliff, waterfall. I got a river in. Kind of just takes a minute. Because, again, it's just kind of a big space. I really like the way this house looks. I think it's worthy of being the finale, in my opinion. I guess you'd be the judge of that. Let me know. Maybe this house sucks. You know, I'm listening to feedback. So, you know, if it's garbage, let me know. Use like world edit brush to kind of get the shape of the stream in. I don't think that's cheating, but you know, maybe you disagree. Start getting like the sand and everything in for the sides of the stream. Just like the kind of usual stuff I do. Some sand, some clay, gravel, put a bit of cobblestone in there too. There's some texture in it. Make like the middle a bit deeper in parts, because if you don't, it just kind of looks too flat. Being only like a block deep. Everything with water, kind of like mess around with this like front section. I wasn't sure how I wanted it to flow out, but I think it looks pretty good. Fill the bottom. I like the landscape on this house. Probably like, I mean, I knew I was going to make it really like a bigger plot for this one, but I wasn't sure how big I actually wanted the house to be. So I decided to kind of compromise here. The house is still pretty big, but you know, a lot of this is landscape. Because I personally like doing landscape. You guys seem to like watching landscaping too, so you know, it works. A bunch of grass, leaves, put some seagrass in the water, obviously sugarcane and stuff, and I start doing a bit more landscape on the top, just like one layer of grass up here because it looks way too flat, obviously. Green wool is a placeholder. I'm sure you're used to that already. Unless you're new to the channel, you know, if you are new, consider subscribing. I know you're here at the finale. It's part 100, but I'm not done. Touch on my plans real quick. I'm probably gonna still upload almost daily. The next couple days, I'm admittedly probably gonna, like, the content will probably revolve around this challenge. You know, I got some ideas in my head, like probably like a house tier list if you're interested in that. I'm gonna upload like a full movie kind of video too. Got a lot of stuff in mind, so you know, stick around. Let me know if you have any ideas for content after the series, by the way. Anything you want to see on the channel. I appreciate all the like ideas you guys would have, because I'm sure you guys are a lot more creative than me. So if you want to, you know, see anything specific, let me know. Back to the house here for now. Getting this like frame in. Kind of like new in my head. Like, all right, admittedly, when I was starting this build, I had absolutely no idea what I was going to build. I just kind of, in the spirit of this challenge, as I'm sure a lot of you who are longtime viewers know, I don't usually plan anything. I just kind of go into it and I just build whatever comes off my head, like off the top of the head here. So I had no plan going into this. I just decided I'm gonna build a random frame and I'm gonna see how it comes together. I like the way it came out though. So I kind of get like these like steep roofs in. I know this left side is gonna be the tallest one, kind of. It's gonna be like the main one. It's like the biggest one. And the other ones are like smaller individual sections. I didn't even know what blocks I was going to use for this, but I did know the foundation was going to be stone brick, of course, so I filled that in. Foundation looks really small right now. I raised it up a couple blocks in a minute, so just kind of ignore that, pretend I'm building higher up. Oh, good at the end, I promise. If this is your first time watching the channel, I got a Patreon down below. It's just $3. You get a house dedicated to you. You get a world download for this world and like individual schematics for your house, so you know, I'd really appreciate it. Or if you just want to support me, just to support me. I appreciate that too. Also got a Discord link down below. A lot of cool people talk about Minecraft builds and stuff in there. The link's in the description if you want to join. I'd appreciate that as well. Got over 100 people in there now, which is pretty cool. Get back to the build though. I settled on red wool for the roof. I'm sure Brody in the comments, Wavy Brody the GOAT, he's gonna, you know, red wool roof. Oh, I kind of overuse it, but I like the way it looks. Pretty fitting for a finale in my opinion. Obviously the white wall as well is something I do a lot. I just really like this block palette. I figured kind of like take everything I learned from this challenge and apply it to like some of the early stuff I used to do. And yeah, I really like the way it came out. I raised the foundation up there 2 blocks as you saw. Just a way better height, makes it look less top heavy. Makes the foundation actually look like a foundation also, and not just like a block of stone brick at the bottom. I go around, just clean some stuff up. Finish the frame off, all that stuff. Start getting trapdoors in. Just kind of curve parts of the foundation a bit there. Just a lot of filling blocks in, a lot of like cleaning up weird kind of like edges and stuff. So yeah, get the stairs and the trapdoors in. I just like the way it rounds the frame off. Fix this front window a bit. I'm gonna put stained glass in there in a minute. Start texturing the roof. Concrete powder and concrete. Pretty classic for like the colored roofs I do. If you made it through this whole challenge, by the way, I don't know if you've seen all the houses or you just see the thumbnails. Let me know down below what your favorite house is. Like I said earlier, I plan on doing like a tier list. I might do that live so I can get like viewer feedback, which might be pretty cool. So, you know, subscribe so you don't miss that. Oh yeah, I really want to know what some of your favorite houses are, or just favorite like moments from the series in general. Finished texturing the roof there, finally. Took a minute. Figure out where I want the windows to be. Obviously a door on the left, window on the right there. Just basically anywhere there's like an empty space, I put a window. And I put this flower pot thing in front of it. Leave that space on the left there empty, because I know I'm going to put a staircase there. My bad, sir. Whatever, I'll leave that in the video, you know, make fun of me, I don't care. Get this like foundation thing in the front for this porch. Just like carry the same kind of block palette and theme. A lot of oak, a lot of spruce. Obviously staircase and everything. Kind of like banister. With walls and fence gates. Kind of creates like this curve, which is pretty cool. Finally start texturing the walls. This kind of immediately helps the whole build feel like more coherent and kind of like actually look good. Just diorite, calcite, concrete, and concrete powder. Really nice block palette. Finish texturing this kind of left side here. Put a window in because it just looks like it should have a window, so put a window in. Windows are really easy ways to just kind of fill the space up. So, you know, put one wherever I can, really. I get this path. Kind of know in my head I want a bridge somewhere, and I didn't want to put it there, like, directly to the right of the staircase because there's sugarcane there. So I kind of went around it. Here's a quick bridge. Spruce slabs, trapdoors, campfires. Pretty simple. Texture of the foundation, just cobblestone, stone brick, like cracked stone brick. Put a stone in there as well. And then I put leaves around it, just kind of make the house blend into the terrain more. I really like the way it looks. It's definitely one of my favorite houses, I think. There's not anything like too crazy about it. I just think it looks pretty cool. It's like a nice look. I like the landscaping as well. Go around to a couple like smaller like finishing details on like the shape. Head over here to the back right of the plot. I get this tree in. Custom tree goat. Shout out to Wavy Brody. He taught me everything I know. So, you know, if you want custom tree tips, go harass him on Discord. Just a bit of texturing, some spruce leaf at the bottom, some azalea at the top, rather. Some moss carpet, some fence gates. Fill the plot up just with like grass, tall grass, some ferns. Make the space feel more alive. Put some fences on around the path, some lanterns as well for some light. Finally get to filling all the flower pots in. A lot of like 2 tall plants, a lot of red, orange. Just really use my favorite plants that I like. I forget that pot on the left, but I do fill that in a minute. Add some signs just randomly about on the frame. I just feel like it adds a bit of like 3-dimensionalness to it. I like the way it looks. Quick zoom in, I get a sign here dedicated to my newest Patreon member, Anthony. I really appreciate it. Shout out to Rob too. He also just joined the Patreon, but unfortunately can only dedicate this house to like one person. So you'll get the next house I build, which shouldn't be that far from now, probably in a couple days. So sorry for the wait. I get like a table in the front there on the porch, and then hang a bunch of lanterns up, bunch of flower pots, just fill the space. So on the back as well. It's a lot of light. I like the way it looks, a lot of light. I know I use a lot of lanterns, but you know, I like it. It's pretty cool. And yeah, it's the outside of outdone. A couple more small details, but yeah, head inside. Kind of a bit of a daunting interior for some reason. Just looking at it, kind of some things click really easily for me, some things don't. And it's not like this like didn't click, but kind of a weird shape. It's very open. So I start getting the kitchen in. It's very open. There's a lot of windows. There's not a whole lot of wall space, basically, is my problem with it. In the end, I think it looks really good, but you know, it takes a minute. Get this kitchen, this island in the middle, just kind of fill the space up. Candles, some flower pots, you know, cake on the island, that kind of stuff. Pretty simple kitchen. Over here, like at the door, get this quick, like, kind of, you know, rug for the entranceway. Some bookshelves, kind of just add a place to put the armor stand, basically. You know, like, put some clothes there, I guess, I don't know. Flower pots there on the right. Bunch of paintings, kind of fill the walls up. And then I got this really, honestly, just strange space over here on the right that I'm just thinking about what I'm going to do with it. So I kind of just put it off, and I start working on the staircase. Can't put it off forever, though, so I kind of get started with it. I know I'm going to plug a dining table here, but it just kind of leaves me with this weird space on the right. I kind of know I want to put a TV kind of space in somewhere as well, so it's just kind of a bit challenging. Obviously, get this like red carpet. Fits with the roof of the house and everything. Just kind of like a red theme. I decided to kind of just bring this wall forward one block, kind of square it off so I could fit kind of entertainment space. Add a bunch of paintings. Hang a bunch of flower pots up, some lanterns, and yeah, it's kind of it for the bottom floor. I knew upstairs was going to be a bedroom. I decided to keep it like very open. I was thinking about sectioning the space off with like walls, but I decided against it. Quick bed, kind of like a TV space over here. Go for like the 4x4 painting. I don't think I've ever used this one in a house. Someone's gonna prove me wrong. I don't really know. So sectioning off with walls, I decided to add these like support beams. They just kind of help break the space up. They also help fill the ceiling because you can put flower pots and like, there's like decorated pots and all this stuff up there. It just kind of breaks it up because there's a lot of red before, so let's just add some brown up there. I really like the way this bedroom came out. I like the house in general, honestly. Bookshelf on this wall and everything. Hang some lanterns, some flower pots. Put carpet in. Got like this table on the right here. 2 tall azalea plants. Cool trick. It's like an azalea and then the leaves on top of it. Kind of looks like a short tree. Like a large house plant, I guess. It's like desk area. It's got like a massive TV, I guess. I don't know. Some armor stands. Some more like ceiling support beams. Table, spam a bunch of paintings everywhere. And yeah, that's really about it. I appreciate everyone who watched, not only this episode, but this whole series. Never thought I'd make, like I said earlier, never thought I'd make it to 100 days. Absolutely crazy that I completed this challenge. Never in a million years thought I would have the commitment to do this. But yeah, if you watched, I really appreciate it. Stick around though. I got more content coming around. It's far from the end of me building stuff. So if you found the channel on this video, I'm sorry you kind of missed everything, but I'm gonna keep building. I plan on a little kind of preemptive announcement here. Plan on doing like a season 2 probably at some point next year. So I'm gonna do this again one day. So make sure you don't miss the next one, I guess. But yeah, I'll see you guys around. Thanks for watching.